Well, good morning, everyone. I think we're ready to call this budget meeting to order. Unfortunately, Chairperson Judy Thomas is not able to be with us today, so as the Vice Chair for the Budget Committee, I'm in charge, Councilor John House. I'd like to begin the meeting with a prayer given by Mayor Pro Tem Gary Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Join me in prayer. God, we come to you today thanking you for allowing us to live in Columbus and enjoy our families, and a great place to live. We ask you to continue to bless our leaders in our city, in our churches, and our businesses. We pray for your guidance as we conduct the business of the city and begin our budget process. We pray for those affected by the pandemic. Bring us through this soon. We ask for blessings on our mayor, our city manager, our councilors. And we offer up these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
If you would please stand and join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I believe we have several presentations today. And first we have the Finance Director and the Human Resources Director for a presentation on the budget and compensation package overview.
There we go. Good morning, Budget Review Committee, Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager. I do believe what I would like at this time is if the mayor could just make a few quick comments before we begin, and the city manager, if he could make a few comments as well.
Thank you, Madam Finance Director. Good morning. Just very, very briefly, I just wanted to say that, and I had spoken with the budget chairs earlier. I just wanted to make the point that this budget, which we feel like is aggressive, but at the same time very conservative with regards to estimating revenues, the ground was set and plowed last year when this budget came together and worked so hard on a budget that was going to prepare us for coping with the COVID-19 virus. So I want to start by thanking this council for their foresight, their fortitude in dealing with that, because holding the line on all except the most critical and essential expenses is what allowed us to end FY22 with a projection of about 117 days of fund balance. Now that's we've used unprecedented a lot, but that is unprecedented, particularly during a pandemic when there were so many things that were unknown, and so this council, in harmony with our staff, is what allowed us to be a little bit more aggressive with some one-time capital expenditures in this budget. So as we submit it to you, we've also got a few other things in there that we were committed to. We did put a 2% raise in there for all city employees that would be effective July 1st as opposed to January 1st. We also addressed some additional pay issues with some of our public safety departments that had been neglected a little bit over the past years because of our lower flow of revenue. We have dealt with some of those public safety people, and we've also dealt with an executive pay package that we have submitted for your approval, and we feel like that's extremely critical because we've got to retain our talent. COVID has taught us many things, and one of them is we're going to have to be innovative as we go forward. We've learned some things that we want to carry over into our daily operations. And to do that, we're going to be putting more pressure on the folks who lead our departments. We're going to be holding them more accountable. We're going to be asking them to be more innovative and efficient and effective. And to do that, we've got to be able to hang on to talent. That doesn't mean we have to pay top of the wage scale for other corporate entities, what they're paying around this community. But it does mean that we have to start getting things in order. We also put in $325,000 for you to consider allowing a pay study. We can't set the goal if we don't know what the target is. So we also did a couple of other things that were important to this community, in my estimation. One is, we came in 3 years ago, we were focused on trying to improve neighborhoods. And we figured that by eliminating blight, we would have an impact on poverty, we'd have an impact on education, we'd have an impact on crime. So we put $1 million in the budget in FY20. Because of COVID, we did $250,000 in FY21, and this year we have submitted for your approval another $1 million to get us caught up with our demolition and trying to improve the lives and the neighborhoods of our citizens. All of this has been done, by the way, with an anticipated fund balance at the end of FY22 of just under 100 days. And what's more important, I think, to this body, at least it has been stated in the past, is that we right-sided our dependency. Up until the last 2 years, we had been overly dependent on OLOST for our reserve funds. It's been the last 4 or 5 years that we've started really working on trying to right-size that. So this year, we actually are going to end, if things stay as we project, with about 60 days in general fund balance, which, by the way, is the threshold that the Government Finance Officers Association suggests for a healthy bond rating. And then 38 days of OLOST. So we've got just under 100 days. I will tell you that there are a lot of folks, even with these one-time capital expenditures, there are some individuals that didn't get everything that they requested. Part of that, we're hopeful with the ARP funding that we anticipate in getting more clarity on within the next few weeks. We'll be able to go back and revisit some of those items as we near mid-year, and we get a little bit clearer idea of what the Treasury is going to allow us to spend those funds on. But we're still in a pandemic, so from our perspective, having that 100 days or close to 100 days of fund balance is fairly critical, because we still don't know what's going to happen over the remaining days of the pandemic and what the financial impact would be. So anyway, I want to thank this group in advance for the great work that they do every year and the great work that I know they'll do this year on our submitted FY22 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Budget Vice Chair. I think the mayor has really summed it up, said it all. I'd just like to take this opportunity to thank the finance director and her team, her staff, for their hard work in bringing together this proposed budget. Really want to thank the mayor for his guidance and direction as to what he wanted included in his proposed budget, and he has summarized some of what he has included in his proposed budget. We look forward to answering your questions today and over the next few weeks to try and finalize this fiscal year 22 proposed budget. But I feel really good about what the mayor has proposed in his budget. We can fund it, we can sustain it, and that's a good feeling. I think we are on a good track in our city government when it comes to our financial stability. And so we look forward to the discussion and answering your questions and finalizing the budget. Thank you, Mr. Budget Vice Chair.
Thank you, sir. Madam Finance Director, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir. So there were a few handouts passed out this morning. First, in terms of the budget review schedule for today, obviously the budget overview will be conducted by myself, as well as the pay and compensation package. That will also be a presentation by myself and our HR Director, Rita Hollowell. Following on the agenda is a health care update from our benefits consultant, NFP, formerly known as Shaw Hankins. We also have the tax commissioner, the public defender, and our deputy city manager, Pam Hodge, will give us a transportation update at the end of the session. The other handout that was passed out was just a budget review schedule for FY22 in terms of the process with the budget review meetings, when the next meeting will be held, which will be May 11, 2021. It will be immediately following the council meeting that day. We have departments already scheduled on the agenda for that particular session that is also listed here in the handout that was passed out to you all, the departments that are tentatively listed for next week. The following, the last budget review session is scheduled for May 25th. This is immediately prior to the regular council, the night council meeting. It begins at 2 p.m. And what we'll cover on that date, if any items make it to the add delete list, obviously, that's the only presentation or topic on the agenda for that particular day. Then we have our taxpayer bill of rights. The first taxpayer bill of rights hearing will be June 8th at 9 a.m. The second will be June 8th at 6 p.m., and that will be conducted during the regular council meeting. Our third taxpayer bill of rights hearing will be June 15th. This is also the date for the second reading of our budget ordinance and the first reading of our millage ordinance, with the last meeting scheduled for June 22nd at 9 a.m. as a regular council meeting for the second reading and passing of our millage ordinance. The third document that was passed out to you all is a add delete list as of today. There's actually one item that's missing from this list that is a budget neutral item. The first item is the first two items actually in the general fund is a staff adjustment, due to an oversight. There was an additional position for the Clerk of Superior Court's office that was to be included in the budget. This is utilizing 0.09 of reserve days, which takes that general fund, which takes the general fund total down to 60.24 days. On the third page in this particular add delete list handout is an adjustment in the integrated waste fund, again due to oversight. There were some reclassifications that were not approved by our compensation consultant, which is Columbus State University, and it is budget neutral because the department utilized overtime, a reduction in overtime to compensate for those reclassifications. So those are the handouts that were passed out this morning. And so the last item that I mentioned that's not on this list is the budget neutral title only change for the sheriff's office. That will be listed on the next handout. So with that, Mr. Budget Chair, we can get started with the overview presentation. So in terms of the agenda for today, obviously we'll go over the budget process and schedule, which I've already sort of mentioned. We'll look at the operating funds in summary to include any capital and CIP, as well as our agency appropriations, our non-operating funds, our other local option sales tax fund, our transportation special purpose local option sales tax allocation, as well as a health care update with a few department or offices giving presentation today to the committee. So in terms of the budget process, the budget must be submitted to council by the mayor no less than 60 days prior to the start of each fiscal year. This includes operating and capital expenditures, which are accompanied by revenues, budgeted revenues. It also includes a budget message from the mayor, which contains any major policy changes, just a general summary of the budget itself, and any other information that's deemed appropriate. We advertise the budget in the newspaper as well as any hearings for public comment. And then sort of the last part of the process is the council adopting the budget and millage ordinances along with any other related ordinances before July 1st. So again, in terms of the schedule, today, the overview, a few departmental presentations on May 11th with the add-delete list concluding our budget review sessions on May 25th. We'll advertise in June for public comment, as well as hold our public hearings for the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, with council adopting the millage and budget ordinances at that time. So our FY22 operating funds, our revenues are projected at $285,817,573, with expenditures projected at $296,199,992. This is utilizing approximately $10.3 million in fund balance reserves, but it is a good note to point out that $9.8 million of the use of fund balance total that you see is due to the inclusion of one-time expenditures, as the mayor mentioned, to include capital equipment purchases and investments in capital improvement projects. And if we were to exclude these one-time expenditures, our net budgetary increase would only be approximately 2% as opposed to 5.6%. So some of the assumptions for FY22, there is a slight decrease in the millage rate from FY21. Urban Service District 1 will be 17.51 mills. Urban Service District 2, 11.53 mills. Urban Service District number 4, 10.63 mills. We are projecting a 1% increase in the digest with a 98% collection rate. Included in this budget is a subsidy to the Civic Center of $557,888. And again, as the city manager and the mayor mentioned, in terms of the ARP funding, what we do know is that revenue recovery is a part of that. To the extent that is the unknown for us right now, but we do anticipate this subsidy likely going away if we're able to utilize ARP funds in the manner in which we anticipate. There is no subsidy to the Integrated Waste Fund. There are subsidies to E911 and the golf courses. The value of 1 mill, as far as our general and operating budget, is $4.8 million. The value of 1 mill for our debt service is $5.2 million. There is a cost of living adjustment included in this budget of 2% for our active employees and 1% for our retirees. This is effective July 1 of 2021. This excludes all of our elected officials. Health insurance, we can continuing that contribution share strategy of our 70-30 split for active employees, and the rates remain unchanged if you participate in the wellness incentive program. So again, in terms of the millage, you can see from this particular chart the decrease in the millage by district, with District 1 going from 17.52 mills to 17.51, and with the other urban service districts decreasing by 0.01 mills as well. So the debt service millage for FY21 was 0.34 mills, and for FY22, it's 0.33 mills. So this particular chart, as you can see, the general fund represents over 55% of the overall operating budget. The other local option sales tax fund is second at 14.2%, while the paving and medical center funds rounds out the top three at 5.4% and 5% respectively. So where does the money come from? This chart just depicts our revenue sources by type. As noted here, most of our revenue is derived from property taxes at approximately 30%, with sales taxes being the second largest revenue source at 26.4%. So in terms of where the money goes, this chart just shows expenditures by function. As seen here, public safety represents 39% of our operating expenditures, while non-departmental, which covers things such as our debt service and capital improvement projects, as well as public works, round out the top three categories at 10.6% and 9.7% respectively. So in terms of the operating budget by type, you can see that most of our expenditures are invested in human capital, with personnel services being 54% of our overall budget, with our operating budget being 38.7%. So in terms of the general fund, revenues are projected right at $161 million, expenditures at $164.3 million, with a utilization of reserves of $3.2 million. And again, this utilization of fund balance is due to the inclusion of those one-time expenditures that we are making investments in. In terms of the personnel, there is a pay and compensation package of about $2.4 million that's included in this budget. That is a separate presentation that will immediately follow this overview presentation, so we'll get more into the weeds in terms of that pay and compensation package. But I just wanted to list it here. In terms of new or restored positions, there's a new position proposed for the internal auditor, a new forensic auditor position, restoring the financial analyst position in the finance department, as recommended by our external auditors. Inspections and codes, a new chief inspector position is proposed. Restoring and public works, a correctional detail officer in our cemeteries division. That position was unfunded for several years, and it's being restored in this FY22 budget. And elections technicians in our elections and registrations department, as well as two deputy clerks for the clerk of Superior Court. So in terms of other personnel adjustments that are budget neutral, the city attorney's office, reclassifying a legal administrative assistant from a grade 14B to a grade 14C. Also in the city attorney's office, reclassifying paralegal grade 15B to grade 15C. In the city manager's office, reclassifying the executive assistant grade 14 to chief of staff grade 20. In the finance department, reclassifying the senior accountant from a grade 19 to a grade 20. The tax supervisor grade 18 to a licensing and tax supervisor grade 19. The customer service representative grade 9 to licensing and tax clerks grade 12. There is a career ladder in place for that position. So there's one senior customer service representative, currently grade 10, being reclassified to a grade 13, as well as the reclassification of 3 of the budget and management analysts, grade 17 to grade 19. And again, all of these reclassifications are budget neutral. In the human resources department, reclassifying the HR technician grade 12 to grade 14. The planning manager, a grade 22C to grade 22F. In public works, it's a title only change, reclassifying the fleet maintenance technician, grade 12 to administrative technician. In cooperative extension, these are actually employees of the University System of Georgia. They don't actually work for the city, but the city does supplement their salaries for the services that they provide to our community. It's part of an agreement that we have with UGA. And so there is a budget neutral increase of their monthly supplements, their annual supplements that are denoted here for cooperative extension. In the police department, the criminal records technician grade 10, reclassified to open records compliance coordinator grade 14. As a title only change for a criminal records technician grade 10 to administrative secretary grade 10. In the fire department, 2 administrative secretaries grade 10s are reclassified to 2 fire payroll technicians grade 12s. The fire lieutenant, grade 18, being reclassified to a logistics captain. Emergency apparatus coordinator, grade 20. The EMA planner, which is currently a grade 17, being reclassified to grade 20. There's a correctional officer at the Muskogee County Prison, being reclassified from a grade 12 to a sergeant at a grade 18. Within the Clerk of Superior Court's office, the clerk is combining 2 part-time clerk grade 10 positions to 1 full-time grade 10 position. In the Sheriff's Office, reclassifying 2 administrative secretaries, grade 10, to 2 deputy clerk 2s, grade 12. Also in the Sheriff's Office, 2 judicial administrative technician 2, grade 10s, being reclassified to deputy clerks, grade 12s. 2 administrative clerks, grade 10s, being reclassified to deputy clerks, grade 12s. So the sheriff is basically reclassifying all of the what was formerly known as the judicial administrative technicians to deputy clerks. A similar reclassification was also done for the employees in Recorder's Court that were classified as judicial administrative technicians to deputy clerks a few fiscal years back. Also in the Sheriff's Office, reclassifying administrative assistant grade 12D to administrative assistant grade 12E. An accounting technician grade 12B to accounting technician grade 12D. And then there's a sergeant grade 18 being reclassified to grade 20. And again, these reclassifications are budget neutral. Sheriff is actually deleting a part-time administrative grade 10 position to make that happen. So in terms of capital outlay in the general fund, right now capital is listed as $1,370,005. Information technology is being recommended to replace 1 Ford Expedition at $46,000. Inspections and codes, all 9 replacement mid-size SUVs for a total of $236,250, as well as 2 Lenovo laptops. 2 Lenovo laptops at $5,200.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Before you get too far away from the reclassifications and the salary changes,
Yes, sir.
would you, at the next meeting, would you provide us with the grade level charts of how they, so we'll know where they're moving and how far out they're going in the salary plan?
Yes, sir.
Could you do that for us?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. In engineering, 1 full-time crew cab truck. It's a replacement vehicle at $29,824. In public works, their capital total is $364,198, and they are replacing a Hoffman laser alignment machine at $100,000. There's some furniture replacements at $3,000. The truck shop, a heavy-duty lift, which is a replacement piece of equipment. I'm sorry. Thank you. Which is a heavy-duty lift, which is a replacement piece of equipment for $230,000, as well as replacement of an inmate van at $31,000. In Parks and Recreation, their capital appropriation is just over $500,000 at $559,177. That is to replace 3 janitorial vans at $86,484, as well as 13 full-size pickup trucks valued at $472,693. In the tax assessor's office, the capital outlay being allocated is $124,300. It's being allocated to a mobile camera solution. This investment will allow them to be able to take pictures and do all sorts of things in the field, as well as the replacement of 2 mid-size Impalas at $50,000. The Public Defender's Office having $2,000 for computer equipment in their budget request, as well as the probate court receiving an allocation of $2,989 for lobby chairs. These are replacing the lobby chairs that were in probate court, as well as desk chairs for the staff. Included in the budget is $1 million in CIP. As the mayor mentioned, this is to tackle blight within the community. And so we look at this chart here, which just depicts the fund balance reserves going back to FY17 when we were at 63.16 days to our initial projections for FY22, which is just over 98 days. And so we have, as the mayor mentioned, we're sort of right-sized the fund balance reserves, and that traditionally we have depended on the OLOST to keep us above the 60 days, and now we're at that point where we anticipate we'll have more than 60 days alone in our general fund. So in terms of the stormwater fund, revenues are projected at $5,682,843, with expenditures listed as $7,482,843. This is a difference in a utilization of fund balance of $1.8 million. The stormwater fund accounts for activities restricted for stormwater and drainage projects. That utilization of fund balance is to take care of some of those F-graded projects that was presented to council earlier in the fiscal year. I do believe the Deputy City Manager, Hodge, will go into more detail in terms of those specific projects in her presentation today. But the millage rate remains the same at 1.24 mills in Urban Service District 1 and 0.20 mills in Urban Service District number 2. In terms of personnel changes in the Stormwater Fund, the new positions are in our engineering department, the Stormwater Data Inspector position, as well as transferring from the Integrated Waste Fund the Assistant Public Works Director position. This is funded with 35% coming from the Stormwater Fund. The other 65% is coming from the paving fund. But in terms of budget neutral reclassifications, the Rainwater Division Manager being reclassified from a grade 21D to grade 23C. Maintenance Worker 1, grade 7 to a crew leader, grade 12. 2 heavy equipment supervisors, grade 15 to 2 heavy equipment supervisors, grade 17. As well as the correctional detail supervisor grade 15 to a correctional detail supervisor grade 16. And again, all these positions that are listed here have been reviewed by Columbus State University in terms of their reclassifications and were recommended by Columbus State. Some of the deletions in the Stormwater Fund, Public Works is deleting the Maintenance Worker 1 grade 7 position, as well as equipment operator grade 12. Capital outlay in the fund, engineering's allocation is $39,818, and that is to cover a full-size F-150 crew cab truck at $36,361, a laptop with a docking station just over $2,600, and an iPad Air with the case at $850. And these are all relative to the new position that was recommended for the Stormwater Data Inspector in the fund. Public Works, their capital allocation out of the Stormwater Fund is $125,500. And this is to cover a spray mate 35D, which is a piece of new equipment. And the spin casting equipment set is related to that spray mate set, and it has something to do with relining the pipes. The Public Works Director is on schedule for next week, and he can get more specific into the weeds in terms of exactly what that piece of equipment does, but it's something to do with lining the pipes. In terms of the CIP, $3.1 million, which again includes the $1.8 million that we're utilizing in fund balance reserves from the Stormwater Fund. So the paving fund is balanced. Revenues projected at $16,117,840, with expenditures being the same. No utilization of fund balance reserves. The paving fund accounts for the maintenance improvements to roads and bridges, and it is primarily funded by property taxes. The millage rate remains the same at 3.44 mills in Urban Service District Number 1 and 0.55 mills in Urban Service District Number 2. In terms of the personnel changes in this fund, there are some new positions, 2 in engineering, the first being a project engineer, as well as an engineering inspector. The Public Works, Assistant Public Works Director position that was transferred from Integrated Waste is listed here as 65% funded from the paving fund. Public Works also has proposed tree trimmer crew leader position, grade 13, equipment operator 3, grade 12, equipment operator 1, grade 10, as well as administrative assistant, grade 12. Budget neutral reclassifications in the fund for Public Works include an equipment operator 3, grade 12 to a senior heavy equipment operator, grade 14, a contract inspector, grade 14 to a contract inspector, grade 16, equipment operator, again for Public Works, equipment operator 3, grade 12 to urban forestry supervisor, grade 15, 4 Public Works crew leader, grade 12 positions being reclassified to heavy equipment crew leaders, grade 12, grade 13s. Public Works, 5 equipment operator 3s, grade 12, being reclassified to heavy equipment crew leader, grade 13. Public Works is also deleting 2 maintenance worker 1 positions that are grade 7s. In terms of the capital outlay in the paving fund, engineering's allocation is $77,864. This is to purchase 2 mid-size SUVs at $69,000, 2 laptops with docking stations, just over $5,200, 2 iPad Pros and 2 iPad Airs with their cases. This is all relative to the 2 new positions that were included in the budget for engineering. And for Public Works, their allocation is $270,000, with $150,000 being for the replacement of a small asphalt truck, as well as 12 zero-turn mowers, valued at $120,000. There's a capital improvement project money included, just under $1 million for CIP road projects. So the Medical Center Fund, fund receives 3 mills. It's important to note that that Medical Center contract actually ends June 30th of 2022. So at the end of fiscal year 22, that 30-year contract with the Medical Center comes to an end. But right now, the budget that's projected for those 3 mills is $14.2 million. For a total budget of $14.8 million, and that includes a $600,000 transfer from the general fund for excess inmate medical expenses. And again, that contract ends June 30th of 2022. The Integrated Waste Fund revenues and expenditures balance at $13.19 million. The Integrated Waste Fund accounts for refuse collection, disposal, recycling, and our landfill operations. The current rate of service for residential service is $18 per month. This has not changed since FY19. The operating budget includes debt service payments on our existing capital leases for equipment. This amounts to just over $1.6 million. This lease included 34 garbage trucks, 2 haul trucks, 2 pickup trucks, 4 grab-alls, and 2 bulldozers. So in terms of personnel, there's 1 new addition to the Integrated Waste Fund, a maintenance worker 1, grade 7, as well as several other budget neutral reclassifications. The first being the reclassification of the position that was in the fund for Assistant Public Works Director, grade 24, to Integrated Waste Fund Manager, grade 24. This is a title-only change. Waste Equipment Operator, grade 12, to Administrative Technician, grade 12. This is also a title-only change. Waste Equipment Operator, grade 12, to Environmental Compliance Officer, grade 13. Waste Collection Worker, grade 8, to Inventory Control Technician, grade 10. Recycling Truck Driver, grade 12, to Environmental Compliance Officer, grade 13. A Recycling Truck Driver, grade 12, to a Mobility Technician, grade 14. The Waste Disposal Manager, grade 21, to Waste Disposal and Recycling Manager, grade 23. Waste Equipment Operator, grade 12, to a Maintenance Worker 1, grade 7. And lastly, a Recycling Truck Driver, grade 12, to Environmental Compliance Officer, grade 13. There is no capital or CIP included in the budget currently for the Integrated Waste Fund. That is, you're hoping, obviously to make some changes in some of our programs, and hopefully with ARP money, we'll be able to make some adjustments in our integrated waste program. So the E911 fund is balanced at $4.1 million in revenues and expenditures. The E911 fund accounts for telephone subscriber surcharges and the collection for emergency dispatch, and this is primarily funded through the charging per line, whether it's landline, wireless, or prepaid phones, of $1.50. The state has taken on the responsibility of collecting that money for us, and it has been beneficial. The utilization or the subsidy from the other local option sales tax fund has steadily declined over the last 3 fiscal years, and this year the subsidy is down. From last year, it was just over $600,000, and this year it's only budgeted at $220,000. So we do hope that the collection of the fees will one day soon cover entirely the expenses of the fund without any subsidy. The Economic Development Fund, that budget is $2,434,053. This fund accounts for the utilization of 0.50 mills. It's for attracting quality companies, broadening the tax base, as well as job creation and retention for Columbus. The Development Authority receives half of that millage at 0.25 mills. Their expected allocation for FY22 is $1,184,053. The remaining 0.25 mills that's held by the city is utilized to cover the NCR Blue Cross project commitment. We're actually in year 7 of that $800,000 commitment. So 3 more fiscal years of that and we'll be done. The Mercer project commitment is $100,000. We're in year 3 of 5 for that project. The CCVB support allocation of $350,000 is included in this budget, with the utilization of reserves of $65,947. But I will say, again, with ARP monies that are coming, we anticipate with revenue recovery, particularly the hotel motel tax revenue, that we would likely be able to remove this support allocation for CCVB, which would not utilize any fund balance. Reserves would actually add back to the reserves at that point. But again, we're just waiting on additional guidance from the Treasury on that. There is about $2 million in reserves right now in that fund. So the debt service fund, it is balanced at $11,928,758. The debt service accounts for the accumulation and disbursement of principal and interest payments. Again, that millage rate for FY22 has slightly decreased to 0.33 mils. This is down from 0.34 mils in FY21. So METRA, their projected revenues are $10 million $570,289, with the projected expenses of $10,727,588, with a utilization of their fund balance reserves of $157,299. Again, revenue replacement, we anticipate will eliminate this use of reserves for METRA. But the METRA fund accounts for the operations of our public transit system. It is funded through property taxes, federal and state grants, service charges such as our passenger revenue, which is a little down for them right now, as well as our T-SPLOST. So in the METRA fund, there are no personnel adjustments. Capital outlay that have been included is just over $2.3 million, with $1.4 million being FTA funded, which means that they'll cover 80%. We cover 20% of that allocation. And then there's a T-SPLOST allocation of $900,000, in which that's 100% reimbursed. The Trade Center Fund revenues projected at $2,580,150. Expenditures at $2,978,592. That's a difference of $398,000, utilizing their fund balance reserves. Again, one of those funds impacted by the pandemic. We anticipate revenue replacement, particularly with the hotel motel tax revenue, to eliminate or significantly reduce their utilization of fund balance reserves. So in terms of personnel changes in the Trade Center Fund, there's one new position, Director of Sales and Events, grade 21, as well as other budget neutral reclassifications. Conference Facilitator, grade 16, being reclassified to a Marketing Coordinator, grade 19. Conference Facilitator, grade 16, reclassified to Event Services Coordinator, grade 19. The Assistant Trade Center Director, grade 21D to grade 23C. And a Facilities Engineer, grade 23, being reclassified to a Facilities Maintenance Manager, grade 17, as well as a deletion of an Administrative Clerk, 1, grade 9 position, the deletion of an Event Attendant, 1, part-time, grade 8 position, as well as the deletion of an Administrative Secretary, grade 10 position. Included in this budget is $299,000, just over $299,000 of capital outlay for the Trade Center. So the golf courses, the Bull Creek Golf Course is budgeted at $1.5 million. Included in the budget is still a subsidy from the general fund of $50,000. There are some personnel adjustments included in this budget. One being the addition of a new position of prison labor foreman, grade 15. This is effective January 1 of 2022, as well as a car allowance for the director. There's some capital outlay included in the budget, just over $107,000. For Oxbow Creek, their budget is $521,850. It also includes a general fund subsidy of $150,000, so those subsidies have been maintained and unchanged. It includes a new addition of one assistant superintendent position. It's a grade 9, as well as some capital outlay amounting to just over $52,000. So the Civic Center Fund is balanced here in terms of their revenues and expenditures at $4,089,138. The Civic Center accounts for the operations of the facility, and they receive a good portion of their revenues from event proceeds, as well as hotel motel tax. A subsidy to the Civic Center from the general fund is included in the budget, just over $557,000. And again, with ARP funds, particularly the revenue replacement, as well as that Shuttered Vineyards grant that the Civic Center is going after, we anticipate that subsidy will likely go away. In terms of the personnel changes, there's the Operation Manager Grade 20J to Operations Manager Grade 20K, Finance Manager 17D to 17F, the Ticketing Operations Manager Grade 17E to 17F, as well as Administrative Secretary Grade 10 to Administrative Assistant Grade 12, and the Food and Beverage Coordinator Grade 15 to Food and Beverage Coordinator Grade 17. For the Health and Care Fund, that budget is $23.9 million. Again, we are continuing our 70-30 split in terms of our contribution strategy for active employees. There is no premium increases for FY22 with the wellness incentive option, and those options and adjustments in terms of our health and care plan will be discussed later on by our benefits consultant, NFP. The Risk Management Fund is at $5,341,926. This fund accounts for our general liability, vehicle claims, and workers' compensation. Our CDBG fund is balanced with revenues amounting to $1.6 million, with expenditures being the same. The CDGB fund accounts for grant monies received from the Department of Housing and Urban Development, and this is under the Community Development Block Grant Program. There are two personnel changes in the fund. One is the deletion of a part-time administrative clerk grade 10 position, and then utilizing those funds to reclassify a part-time real estate specialist grade 17 to a full-time real estate specialist grade 17. So in terms of our agency appropriations, there really is no change except for the River Valley Regional Commission. The change that's listed here is in accordance with state law. We do have to pay $1 per capita. So that is the change that you see here in terms of our agency appropriations, but River Valley at $195,769, New Horizons $144,932. The Health Department for Services is $502,012. Department Family and Children Services at $41,500, with $40,000 being allocated to the Airport Commission. What you'll notice here is that, obviously there's no rent in the past. But prior to FY21, there was a rent allocation for the Health Department. And obviously with the changes in that facility moving to Veterans Parkway, there is no rent expense included, but we are anticipating about $400,000 in rental income. So in terms of our non-operating funds, these funds are not for general operations of the government, and they're typically restricted for a specific purpose. They must be budgeted annually and maintained in their own funds. So our Urban Development Action Grant, or a UDAG, is listed here at $15,000. Our Home Program, $1,017,325. Our multi-governmental grants, these are the grants that typically come to council for application and approval, just over $7.2 million. Our Hotel Motel tax fund is budgeted here at $2.8 million. Again, once we receive more guidance from the Treasury in terms of revenue recovery, I do anticipate there will be some adjustments, some staff adjustments to the proposed number here. The Police Forfeiture Fund, $150,000. The County Drug Abuse Treatment Fund, which is referred to as our DATE Fund, is at $68,000, with $40,000 being allocated to the police department for their program, $14,000 being allocated to both the juvenile and adult drug courts for their treatment and so forth. Those funds can only be utilized in that drug prevention, drug treatment capacity. The Metro Drug Task Force Fund, which is actually, I believe, a different name, and I didn't list it here. We renamed this fund, but it's $150,000 that's included in the budget. The county penalty and assessment fund, $1.3 million. The sheriff forfeiture fund is $150,000. TAD number 1, which is the Benning Technology Park, is listed at $8,000. TAD number 2, which is the 6th Avenue Liberty District TAD at $125,000. The Uptown District TAD number 3 at $1.2 million. TAD number 4, which is the 2nd Avenue City Village TAD at $120,000. TAD number 5, Midtown West at $175,000. And TAD number 6, which is Midtown East at $20,000. TAD number 7 for our Midland Commons, we anticipate $30,000, as well as TAD number 8 for the South Columbus River District. We have to budget, include a budget of some sort for anticipate revenues, and we're just including a nominal $1,000 amount here. Our capital projects fund, just over $24 million. Our T-SPLOS fund at $37.5 million, which includes about $2.9 million in discretionary projects. Our 99 SPLOS at $4.8 million. The Columbus Building Authority Lease Revenue Bond Series 2003A at $550,000. The CBA Lease Revenue Bond Series 2003B at $4.4 million. These bonds are the bonds that the proceeds of which we still have for the development of a parking garage structure associated with the Trade Center. The Columbus Building Authority Lease Revenue Bond Series 2018 at $1.7 million, as well as the Family and Youth Coalition Fund at $48,000. So those are our non-operating funds. The other local option sales tax fund, I'm really sort of segregating that out. There's some additional slides that have been included in the presentation this year at the request of the budget chair. So in terms of the revenue projections for FY22, we anticipate $37,250,000 in revenues. You know, it's amazing that our sales tax revenue has continued to increase throughout the pandemic. We received our sales tax numbers just the other day, and collections through March, excluding our one-time surprise money that we received in September. If we exclude that, our revenue collections in terms of sales taxes are up about 9% year to date. So the expenditures that are listed here, $41,980,603. Utilization of fund balance of $4.7 million. And again, our other local option sales tax fund is a sub-fund of the general fund for all accounting purposes. There's no separation, but we do segregate those sales tax dollars, and this is based on a resolution that council passed, resolution number 226-08, that says that 70% of proceeds will be allocated to public safety and 30% allocated to infrastructure. So the core objective of the other local option sales tax fund was that funding the primary mission of our public safety departments within the consolidated government. And those funding priorities included improving our response times of emergency services, increasing our public safety presence in the community, expanding our crime prevention programs, improving our non-emergency public safety services, as well as decreasing the length of time cases were adjudicated through the criminal justice court system. So the definition in terms of public safety included the police department, the fire and EMS, the sheriff's office, Muskogee County Prison. There were additional correctional officers outside of the sheriff's office and the prison that were included in this public safety definition for METRA, Public Works, and Parks and Recreations. Those are the ones that oversee the inmate crews that you see out on a day-to-day basis. The coroner's office, the district attorney, the public defender's office, other court personnel, as well as other public safety agency programs and functions. And so those public safety specific expenditures included personnel costs, which included salaries and benefits, personal equipment such as clothing, weapons, and cars, operating expenses of some of our public safety departments, capital expenditures associated with public safety functions, as well as funding allocated and administered by the city for community-based programs, such as our crime prevention program, which were designed to reach young children, at-risk youth, and those who were returning to the community after serving time in prison. So in terms of the definition for infrastructure, this includes roads and bridges, stormwater and flood abatement projects, technology and projects, capital projects to include construction, maintenance, and renovation of buildings and facilities that support the quality of life improvements and to house governmental operations. And so those infrastructure improvements includes those pay-as-you-go projects that are funded from the current proceeds of our sales tax collections. This includes road resurfacing, parking maintenance improvements, and government facilities maintenance and improvements. And it also includes those infrastructure improvements that are more long-term in nature, that are funded from the issuance of bonds using the sales tax proceeds to pay the debt service. This includes major road improvement and flood abatement projects, as well as construction of facilities such as the City Services Center, the natatorium, and the ice rink. So in our OLOST Public Safety Fund, the current personnel for the police department is 12 sergeants, 14 corporals, 84 police officers, and 9 E911 technicians. The fire department, 20 firefighter EMTs. For the Muskogee County Prison, 4 correctional officers and 1 sergeant. For the sheriff's office, 16 deputy officers, 3 sergeants, 9 correctional officers, and 3 lieutenants. For crime prevention, the crime prevention director is funded out of the OLOST, as well as 2 assistant solicitor generals for the solicitor's office, with 1 deputy clerk 2. There are 2 assistant district attorneys funded out of OLOST, and 1 deputy clerk 2 for the clerk of Superior Court is funded out of the OLOST. There are 2 recorder's court deputy clerk 2 positions, as well as 2 municipal court clerk, 2 deputy clerk 2 positions, and 1 deputy clerk 2 position in our probate court. Also included in the funding for our OLOST is this annual supplement that's provided to all of our sworn public safety officers. This excludes our elected officials. The annual supplement is $3,121. In terms of other public safety expenditures, the E911 subsidy at $220,000 is included, as well as year 7 of 10 for our 800 megahertz radio system upgrade. This is our Motorola MAP program. It was a 10-year program. The allocation from OLOST Public Safety is $842,490, as well as the warning siren maintenance. This is also affiliated with that MAP program, and we're in year 6 of 9 of that. There's $750,000 in crime prevention grant funding included out of this budget, as well as the court management system debt service. We're in year 3 of 5 of that, $122,359 for the debt service on that major court management system upgrade and overhaul that is utilized by all of our courts in the criminal justice system from Muskogee County. The annual maintenance on that is listed here at $986,000. The Motorola radio upgrade, for our public safety departments. This was a 3-year commitment. We're in year 3 of 3, so this will not be here next year for FY23. That was just over $1.6 million, as well as the debt service for existing capital leases of $1.7 million. And included as well, as far as those, the transfer to debt service, which is $1.8 million. It includes 2009 refunding bonds. That allocation from public safety OLOST is $124,000, as well as several GMA leases that are listed here. Lease number 4 for 1 fire truck back in FY16. Lease number 9 for 5 fire trucks in FY17. Number 10 was for 4 fire trucks in FY17. Number 11 for 2 ambulances in FY17. Lease number 15 was for 30 pursuit vehicles for police. This was initiated in FY19, as well as the last lease, number 17, 80 pursuit vehicles, and that was for various public safety agencies. That was initiated in FY20. So the capital outlay, which is basically the utilization of the fund balance that we're using from this fund, is $4.7 million, just over $4.7 million, with $2.1 million being allocated to the police department. This is to outright purchase, not lease, 31 Pursuit Tahoes. These are replacement vehicles with 31 build-out packages, just over $1.7 million, as well as 12 unmarked vehicles. These are also replacements at $343,680. For fire and EMS, their allocation is just over $1.6 million. This covers 40 wireless broadband modems, 100 personal protective equipment, as well as self-contained breathing apparatus at $1.2 million. And I forgot to include the amount there. I'll circle back to that, as well as the extractor installation. There were extractors that were funded in the budget for FY21. There was also some grant funding that the fire and EMS received for these extractors that would, come and sort of suck out everything once they return to the fire stations, and they needed additional monies for installation on that. MCP, their allocation is just over $360,000. This is to replace 1 Pursuit Explorer, replace 12 door closers at the prison, to make sure that they don't malfunction in terms of the door mechanisms locking, to install and replace security cameras, as well as 4 emergency vehicle light package upgrades. These are replacements, as well as purchasing 2 intercept contraband detectors. The sheriff's allocation, Sheriff's allocation, just over $718,000. There's a lot of equipment that's listed here. 1 commercial dishwasher, replacing that. 2 fireproof commercial filing cabinets, those are new. The 300 Glock 9mm pistols, I do apologize for the typo in the printout. These are replacements. 324 magazine pouches, these are replacements, as well as holsters, 324 of those. 6 full-size F-150 crew cab 4-wheel drive vehicles. These are new. 4 emergency truck light packages, new as well. The replacement of 2 convection ovens at the jail, 1 washer at the jail, that's being replaced. 2 food warmers at the jail, 1 dryer being replaced at the jail, 1 full-size expedition being replaced, 1 live scan fingerprint scanner. This is a backup. This is to help them maintain GCIC compliance in terms of background fingerprinting. 13 surveillance cameras at the jail. and the replacement of one Pursuit Tahoe. So OLOST infrastructure, roads and bridges, that allocation from current tax collections is $1.5 million. Flood abatement and stormwater at $700,000. Technology improvements at just over $600,000, with $300,000 being for computer equipment. There is a major system upgrade to the finance, payroll, HR system of $150,000, as well as a software upgrade for MCP to replace the software they're currently using at the prison. Facility improvements, that allocation is $1.5 million, with $900,000 being for general facilities, $600,000 to complete the government center life safety improvements, $5.8 million in debt service, for the 2019 refunding bonds, that allocation is $5.5 million, with $309,000 for the 2019 series A bonds, and the 800 megahertz radio system upgrade. The infrastructure allocation is $260,000. Again, we're in year 7 of 10 of that. And then the court management system debt service infrastructure funds of $800,000 have been utilized to pay for that debt service. Again, we're in year 3 of 5 for that. So this chart here is just our current sales tax industry mix when we compare March 2021 to March 2020. Again, our sales tax collections have steadily increased even throughout the pandemic. And our year-to-date collections are approximately 9% over March of 2020. Now, granted, March of 2020 was a month where we were partially shut down, but 9% is really outstanding. And again, this excludes those one-time revenues that we received back in back in September. But as you can see from the chart here, the yellow represents March of 2020, the gray represents March of 2021. You can see our food and bars are outperforming from last year. This would include grocery stores, full-service restaurants, limited service restaurants, beer, wine, and liquor stores. You can see our other retail category is outperforming. They didn't really provide, the Department of Revenue didn't really provide much more detail in terms of other retail. They just said other retail, as well as our wholesale being more than it was last year. Miscellaneous services being up slightly more than last year, with everything else being pretty much the same. So in terms of our T-SPLOS, the discretionary project funding is budgeted at $2.9 million. And so additional project information will be discussed during the transportation update that it will be done by our Deputy City Manager Hodge. And that wraps up the budget overview. For any questions before we proceed on to the FY22 pay and compensation package presentation.
Madam Finance Director, we have a couple of questions. Mayor Pro Tem Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finance Director Alexander, did they give us any indication, the state that is, regarding the chart you provided, if the purchases or the sales tax was related to COVID purchases since people were home shopping, that kind of thing?
No, sir. They did not. The Department of Revenue does not make that distinguishment. They also don't distinguish what is brick and mortar sales and what's online sales.
Do we think that the COVID-related sales that we all understand occurred because folks were at home, do we think as a city that the, I guess, 9% will be sustained or fluctuate?
I do anticipate that the stimulus money that most everyone has received does play a part in the increase of the sales tax revenue that we've received. That's why from a budget perspective, the budget is very conservative. It is nowhere near 9% in terms of what was increased. In fact, for FY21, we didn't increase our sales tax budget at all because we were actually anticipating an 8% decline in our sales tax revenue. So what is included in this budget is a very conservative increase of what we would have likely increased last year, plus a little bit for this year. So it is very conservative in terms of what we anticipate. If we were to collect the same amount of money this year that we collected last year, we'd be just about $40 to $41 million in our sales tax revenue. And that budget for FY22 at $37.2 million is nowhere near $40 million. So I do think that the pandemic, in terms of the stimulus money that's been floating around the economy, does come into play here. Absolutely.
Okay, just to make sure I said the right percentage increase, did you say the sales tax was up 6%?
9%.
You did say 9. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, just want to make sure.
This
I had
was
it
just
right.
as of Thursday.
Okay.
Yes,
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Budget Vice Chair, if I could, is there somebody else waiting to speak? I'll wait till the councilors are done. Just make a quick comment, one on what the finance director was just saying. And she is extremely conservative, and that's why I said up front that even though we were aggressive on some of the expenditures, particularly one-time capital expenditures, we were conservative on anticipating revenue going into FY22. Because the fact is, the only 2 months that we really saw, we kind of got kicked in the shins with our sales tax was one half of March, when the shelter-in-place went in order, went in effect, and then the month of April. We lost, I can't remember, Angelica, probably double digits. It was about 12 or 13% in April. Yeah, 12% in April. So we anticipate that this, the numbers for April will also exceed by a pretty good amount what we did last year. So I think you're going to see a year-over-year total exceed even the 9% where we are right now. And I want to make one other comment. Coming through COVID, we talked about efficiencies and some of the things we're trying to do a little differently. One of those, as y'all are painfully aware, is our integrated waste fund. We have about 185, almost 200 beds empty, which means the state has not sent any prisoners, which we rely on for going out and helping us with the collection. One of the things we did outside this budget was, and I'm going to ask the city manager to kind of jump in here too, but 8 new vehicles that are going to be automated that allow us to pick up recyclables, which will also allow us to reassign those personnel onto the yard waste and get caught back up. And as a matter of fact, I know I've received a few comments from people. There's stickers on your cans right now, and those are not threatening any action. Those are simply to notify you and let you know of how you need to place your cans as we begin to initiate that automated pickup. But this is just one example, I think, of what the government is doing to try to stay nimble and flexible so that we can adjust and come up with more efficient ways to handle some of these things and redeploy our prison labor. Prison labor has been a little bit undependable for the last 2 or 3 years anyway, simply because sometimes they don't feel well or they don't go out and work. And they've worked very hard on trying to prepare us so that we're ready for I think, a certain eventuality. We just don't know when we no longer have access to to prison labor. So if anybody saw those stickers, don't be alarmed. It's just kind of telling you on the 10th of May, there will be an automated process in collecting your recyclables, and you'll need to position your can a little different than maybe you have in the past.
And
thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Manager.
thank you, Mr. Vice Chair of the Budget. Just a few comments, and while I'm talking, I really want the Finance Director to go back to, I believe it's slide 5, just to summarize all that she has said in this 70-plus PowerPoint presentation, 70 slides. But I wanted to just reiterate what the mayor has said, and first just to commend the finance director and her very limited team. And I can tell you, I called the finance director, I believe it was around 9 o'clock last night, because I saw something on that wasn't on a slide that I wanted to make sure she included on a slide, and it happens to be the slide, I believe, slide number 5. But when I called her last night, of course, I'm at home, and she was at work at the office. And so, you know, I don't know the hours she works, but they're crazy hours, I can tell you that. But I do want to commend Finance Director Angelica Alexander and her team for the fine job that they've done on this budget. And as she was going through this, well, let me just first reiterate what the mayor said. She is extremely conservative, and she doesn't know, the mayor and I, we talk about her behind her back, you know, about how conservative she is, you know, but she'll give us a number, and the mayor and I will say, well, it's, yeah, we could probably bump that up because we know that she's very conservative. But I look at, and even when we look at our fund balance, our reserve fund, and look at where it is today versus where we were 2 years ago, I mean, it's a phenomenal turnaround. I was exhausted as she went through all of the details of what's in this budget, from personnel to the various OLOST, the breakdown in the OLOST fund. And you wonder, how do they keep up? How do they track all of that? This is not a small city budget. It's big. And so I look at her level of responsibility. It's huge, and don't even mention the payroll responsibility for the more than 3,000 employees that we have, and the accuracy in accounting and tracking all of our spending as it relates to the budgets and preventing fraud, et cetera. And I just say that to say, you know, I know that she is going to be speaking later in this process to ask for some additional positions that's not included in the budget. Well, they're not included in the budget because we put her through the same process that we put every other department head through. And, you know, if it's not budget neutral, and we can't figure out how to fund it to make it budget neutral, then you come and, you know, you ask counsel, and, you know, we can't put it in for her, and then we're working together and telling other department heads no, so she's going to have to come to you and appear before you just like them. But I will tell you, and I want you to remember what she just presented and the level of responsibility, because when she does appear, you know, as city manager, I'm going to be supporting her in the positions that she needs. You heard the external auditor last meeting, and he gave an extraordinary update or report on where we stand in our city government. And so I just wanted to say that she's going to ask for some things. Remember all the details and everything that she just presented, because, you know, she's going to have to ask you just like any other department where it's not budget neutral. And you know, I want to support her when she does come forward and ask. But on slide 5, just a summary.
Okay. So in terms of, again, the FY22 operating budget, being that our expenditures for FY22 are just over $296 million, and this is because of our utilization of the fund balance reserves, you know, that accounts for being approximately 5.6% or $15.6 million more than FY21. But again, 9.8 of that fund balance number that we're utilizing is due to the inclusion of one-time expenditures for capital equipment purchases, investments in capital improvement projects. Also included in the budget are obviously some of those additional budgetary increases that we've experienced because there were positive changes in some of our revenue projections. This has allowed us to make those adjustments to the employee compensation and to address some very important operational needs. But again, not to beat a dead horse with our sales tax collections being on an upward trend since FY18. Obviously us anticipating the 8% decline in our sales tax collection and then not experiencing that, actually experiencing really sort of record increases in sales taxes, based on the 3-year trend and averages. What's included in the FY22 budget is, a very conservative adjustment. Our property tax revenues, particularly our title ad valorem taxes, that's another revenue source that's provided very positive changes for us in terms of our revenues. And this is due to the changes in the legislation at the state level in regards to the pro rata distribution, as well as the discontinuation of the birthday tax true-up that they began back in 2013. So that's a very positive change for the general fund. There are some not so positive revenue projections that are still included in this budget. We do anticipate a further decline in our charges for services of about 9%. This is based on, us not really seeing any significant increases in our user-based revenues, like at our parks and recreation facilities and so forth, as well as a further decline in our fines and forfeitures of about 4%, just due to the court backlogs and so forth, and about 3% in our franchise fees, likely due to the pandemic and the, just the struggles that, some are having with making those rent and utility payments. But most, I think, astounding is that hotel motel tax. Industry experts projected that we rebound about 63% in 2021 from where we were in 2019. And that opinion has since been downgraded to about just over 50%. And so our hotel motel revenue for FY22 from a budgetary standpoint, obviously we further reduced it based on our current trends. And that negatively impacts those departments and agencies that depend on that tax, like the Civic Center, the Trade Center, the River Center, and the CCVB. But again, knowing that the ARP money is coming, should be here by next week, actually, according to the law. It said no later than May 10th. By May 10th, we would receive that first allocation. What that allocation is exactly, we still don't know. At this particular point in time, with certainty, we've seen, about 40 million. We've seen 79 million. We're still waiting on information from the Treasury specifically. But revenue recovery, with that being part of this act, will be able to replenish, a lot of these categories that we have seen these declines, that we're experiencing these declines in, and that, makes us all the more better as we move forward through FY22 into FY23.
Thank you, Madam Finance Director. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, sir. Mayor, I got two areas. You just brought up something that I'd like to throw out there. It's really not pertaining to the budget, but since you brought up automation, I think I'll just piggyback off of that. I do think we need to we need to really communicate with our citizens with this automation. I know that as you just said, we're about to implement this process, but a lot of people, you need to understand a lot of people don't have the appropriate, equipment, mainly garbage cans, to be used by this automation. There's a lot of concern out there because I believe that we've told people that they would not be picking up some of these containers. A lot of people invested in different size containers over the course of time, because that's what we told them to do. But now I believe the automation only works on one size type containers, and not everybody has those yet. And so there's a lot of people that have been using the small ones, the medium-sized ones, and I believe they feel like now they have to get the large ones, and they're calling, and the information they're receiving is we don't have any, and they're not sure what they're supposed to do at this point. So I think communication is key, and I'm just going to leave it at that, but I'm starting to get concerns, and I don't know how to address it because I wasn't sure that we were going to start this. We talked about having a meeting in addressing automation, but we haven't. But yet, the word's getting out that we're going to start implementing automation, and people are concerned that their, I guess, their garbage and things like that are not going to get picked up and addressed. So you don't have to. I mean, you don't really have to address it here, but I'm just putting that out there as a concern right now.
Well, and we do want to address it here because
I
this
guess,
has been televised.
Yeah,
so
I mean, a lot of people probably are not going to watch this because it's so in-depth and long, and they're going to miss this little segment. I mean, what I'm trying to say is I'm hoping that we can communicate this through whether it's our website, whether out in the public, TV, whatever. I mean, that's going to be the channels that you're going to reach out to people, because they may miss this little segment here. I'm really just talking to you.
Understand.
The
We
executive
still,
management team.
if you don't mind, still let me
Sure,
let
go
the
ahead.
deputy city manager.
Sure.
Okay, Councilor Davis, yes. We have been for several weeks now doing different types of promos. I have certainly been on all the news stations. They will be playing that this week. They'll start that. The mayor, city manager has done the same thing. And so, again, this is only going to address recycling. The trucks at this point, the 8 hydraulic sidearm lift trucks that we have will only be replaced and done for the recycling. For those who don't have the 65-gallon containers, of course, they can contact 311 for those. It's not household garbage, strictly recycling. If you have one of the smaller blue containers, the small bin, then you can use that just to put your recycling in and to dump it into your larger can if you cannot, carry the larger can down to the curb. So we are still...
Can I stop you right there? I'm
Yes.
getting a little confused here because people are calling 311. That's my point. They are calling 311. They're telling them they don't have any cans.
Okay,
So
yes.
people are like, okay, what do I do with my small cans? But I just heard you say to put the small cans, just dump it in the garbage and put it out with the
No,
garbage.
not the garbage. No, I'm saying for those who currently have, a lot of them don't have where you cannot carry, the larger can, the 65-gallon can to a particular area. If you just have it stationary, then some just keep it there, unfortunately, in the location, and they'll use the smaller can.
If all they have is the small containers and the medium-sized containers that the automated equipment doesn't pick up,
It
is
does
somebody
not
going to
pick
get
that up.
out, or are they going to pick that up and put that in the
They will.
trucks?
Yes.
Okay, so they don't have to worry. They can still put it out
Yes.
until they get a can.
They will. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right.
And they're on the list, and we're going to get those cans out as soon as
I
possible.
guess from a budget standpoint, are we putting funds in the budget to be able to purchase more of these cans to get them out to the citizens?
Yes, and those cans, as Tiasha Johnson, 301 managers, just told me, are on order. And so we are purchasing the cans. We have the funding to do it, and we will provide them to
And
citizens.
as far as a timeline, what can I communicate to my constituents when these cans will start coming in?
Well, and of course, what we want to tell them is it could be up to 90 days before we deliver the back orders to them. But obviously, we hope to do that in less than 90 days, but we don't want to tell them 2 weeks or 30 days, and then we miss the timeline.
So in the meantime, the city will still pick up the small containers and the medium containers. if they don't have a large container?
I'm going to get you an answer for that and get the citizens an answer. If they don't have the large containers that the automated trucks will be able to pick up, we still want them to recycle, and they are probably using the little hand-carried bin that they are accustomed to using, and we want to figure out what we need to do to allow them to continue to use that portable bin that's not on rollers and get their recycling.
Okay, I go back to, that needs to be communicated because people are really confused. They don't know what to do right now.
Understand.
They really don't. So,
Understand.
Okay. All right. Well, look, I wanted to highlight off of Mayor Pro Tem. He kind of read my mind. Ms. City Manager, you touched on it. Finance Director touched on it. And I guess screen 5 that was up there, I was really, you know, it seems like we're thinking along the same lines. It's wise, I think, that the use of the funds is more in line with one-time expenditures, capital replacement, and so forth. I see in your, you know, you highlighted in your letter that we're way behind in capital replacement, and so I guess you could really, I'm glad that you're projecting that we're being conservative, and the revenue that we're spending now is one-time expenditures and more around capital replacement. I think that's very wise, and what I wanted to I guess my question is just to try to probe a little bit to try to see what the strategic plan or the mindset moving forward from a city perspective. I know what we're doing this year, but I'm a little concerned. I see some of the positives as far as increases in sales tax revenue, and I think you can probably really make the case that this year, maybe going into next year, that you're going to see some numbers that are probably not really, you know, it's a one-time matter. We're seeing some excessive amount of stimulus being pumped into the economy right now, and the growth in the GDP, that there's a lot of money out there, and still a lot of money coming down the pipeline that we've never seen before. So how does it reflect into these numbers? I would have to think that a lot of the sales tax revenue does reflect that right now, and they increase, people spending more. I think that, you know, just the phenomenon of these drive-throughs, you know, it's a fact that you go through a drive-through and order food, you spend more than you spend going into the facility. It's really interesting to think like that, but you hear a lot of talk now, and I think we're all seeing it, about inflation. So the cost of services and goods, I think, are going up. I mean, I see it every day, and there's a lot of concern about that. That would reflect in a positive growth and increase in your revenue. But my concern is, you know, all this could be short-lived. On the flip side of it, we're seeing a lot of policy talk nationwide that there's going to be some increases, and I guess you can call it the expenditure category, which people are going to now probably most likely have less money to spend. And then when it all kind of meets together and the stimulus stops and inflation potentially can still be there, and then there's less money to spend, I don't know how that's going to show in these numbers. So I do think it's really wise that we're trying to look at our budget, and the way we're running our city is from a one-time capital replacement, one-time expenditures. I think that's very, very wise until we get a better snapshot of what next year and the following year is going to look like, because I'm just sitting here thinking that there's a good possibility that all that's going to come back to reality, and those numbers will change. So my question along the same lines as the Mayor Pro Tem is, you know, can you give us a little understanding of the management's philosophy in this and how you're approaching it? Are you seeing the same thing, or you know, are you recommending that we be more conservative as we move forward until we get a better understanding of how this is all going to play out? I mean, I just really wanted to get an understanding from the finance perspective and the management perspective of how we move forward here. Am I making my question clear?
Well, yes. You know,
And let me,
Mayor,
if I may, I'm sorry, Mr. City Manager, I do go back to, like you said in your letter, if ever there's a time to catch up in a large part of capital replacement, I would think that it's now, while you have that money being replaced that's coming in on where we've lost revenue and some of these increases. So I'm glad to hear you say that, but I do feel like this is the time to do that. But go ahead and comment on that.
well, you know, let me just say that, you know, we've said that the finance director is extremely conservative. And I think you heard her say that she budgeted for sales tax the same number or something slightly different than in FY21, not what the trend that we are operating on. So it's somewhat less than that. And I was looking actually for my notes as you were talking, because that's exactly what we did the year before. You know, when we look at our revenue, as when we were into January and February, and as we came to the close or near the close of this fiscal year, our revenue is up right at about $13–14 million over what we projected it would be. And you ask, you know, how can your revenue be up $14 million? And I was actually looking for the numbers, finance director. You know, the TAVT was up so much, sales tax up so much, occupational tax is up, building permits up, the category goes on, and I know you have the specific numbers, but we're talking $12–13 million. And when we look at sales tax, I think you projected $34 million, you might pull it up in sales tax. Well, we're looking at $37 million in sales tax, but we inserted for this budget, the 21 budget, $34 million. So that's how conservative we operate. And so as we are in this fiscal year 22 budget, as I was jokingly saying, the mayor and I, we look at these numbers, and we'll have our conversation, you know, the two of us, and the finance director is very conservative, and we stick with those conservative numbers because she's proven that she's able to do this. And I mentioned 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we were upside down in our reserve fund. We were just below 60 days. And as we sit here today, I believe we're at like 111 days or so in the reserve. And we have more than 60 days just in the general fund, not including the OLOST. And the OLOST portion that makes up the balance is up above what we currently, our obligations in the OLOST fund. And so, yeah, I point those things out to show you how conservative we are. And so when I called her last night at 9 o'clock, it was about slide 5, because I wanted her to add that footnote at the bottom of slide 5. And she says, well, I was going to say it verbally. And, you know, what you're calling me about, I says, no, I want it on the slide, because I think it's important that you know that, yeah, the budget is up, you know, from 284 to 296 million, but $9.8–10 million of that is one-time expense for capital. And we don't use reserve funds for ongoing expenses. And so we're careful about that. So
right. I guess I'm looking at a projection of the next year and the next year and the next year and where we're at today with this budget. I guess I just kind of touched on some trends and things that are happening. I'm just trying to get a little reflection of what the management is thinking. You know, I guess you can say we'll just do it year to year, or are we looking out? You know, I just said I think that I feel like we have a surplus, and that's good, but now's the time to look at one-time expenditures and capital replacement. But if that trend doesn't continue, and all of a sudden it comes back to reality and we don't have that money, then all of a sudden your reserves, if you spend it on reoccurring expenditures and things like that, all of a sudden those numbers come back to reality and it won't be there. I'm trying to understand how finance and the management is viewing this in the following year and the next year and the next year from a conservative standpoint. Does that reflect in, and could you highlight on that?
Yeah, and we don't spend reserve funds on recurring expenses. It's only spent on one-time expenses. And one of my biggest concerns, and I know the finance director can respond, is I was concerned that we were going to have too much money in reserve. Just to be straight with you. I can't remember the number that you told me that we would project at the end of, she says 117 days, when we have an administrative policy of 90 and the Government Finance Officers Association says 60, and you're telling me we're going to have 117 days in reserve. I was concerned.
Well, yeah, I mean, I would say either spend it on capital replacement or reduce the millage.
Well, see, we have more capital needs than we can fund. And so the mayor has been constantly saying we need to take care of some capital things. And you saw us come forward with fire engine, ambulance units, 8 recycling trucks, and I mean, we're going to be 117 even after investing in all of that one-time, that replacement equipment. So looking ahead, we're going to continue as the finance director, as we've been doing in the coming years, the 3 to 5 years, to be conservative in our projections, whether it be in franchise fees. Our franchise fees are, I mean, just every category, we under-projected intentionally because we don't know what's coming. And so you heard me come to council every council meeting during the early months of the pandemic, January, February, March, and I was sending news articles to you all to show you how other communities in Georgia were struggling and having to go and find $8 million to cut budgets, and we are, our revenue is up. And for me, I said to the budget vice chair, I said to you in the budget chair, it's scary I don't even want to talk about it, because I mean, we have, with the leadership of our finance director, finance department, we've been conservative, and we've not had the struggles that other governments have had, and we're going to continue on the track that we're on, and we don't anticipate those kinds of struggles that I see other communities with in 3 to 5 years. That's the best I can answer you right now.
Is it safe to say, if I share my concerns and in trying to get an understanding, what I hear is that we're somewhat on the same page in this conversation?
Absolutely, and the finance director wants to say something.
Okay.
Well, I just wanted to add to what the city manager has said and what the mayor has said in terms of the revenue projections. We are very conservative in those projections, and what we do we do look at current year-over-year trends, but what we also look at is a 3-year blended average in terms of the revenue projections, and then we take that out, another 5 years in terms of where we are and where we anticipate we'll be 5 years from now. One example of that would be the sales tax revenue you heard me say, and this actually was based on before Thursday's numbers, but if we collected the same amount of money based on what we have received to date, and if we collect the same amount of money that we collected for April, May, and June of last year, we stand to pocket about $43 million in just sales tax collections. And that actually, we don't hit the $40 million number until until FY27 if we experienced at least a 1% year-over-year increase. And so we're at that number now. Well, we anticipate we would likely be in FY27. So we are looking at it out in terms of, forecasting those revenues and just seeing where we are currently and where we'd likely be, 5 years from now with, 1% increase, 2% increase, and so forth. So we are looking at it from that perspective and are still making those conservative revenue projections.
Well, that's awesome. If we, in the coming years, we have that surplus, we're probably going to be in like the top 5 in the country and best managed cities in the whole United States. And that's great, but I think what I hear you say is, I don't see that because I'm suspect in thinking that, when this massive amount of money flows through the system, we get back to reality. We've never seen this before, but we get back to reality. And I just have to think that today, it's reflecting that. Tomorrow, I don't know. Till next year, the following year, I just don't know with all the pressures from whether it's inflation or other matters. Interest rates are so far down that people are refinancing like crazy and buying houses like hotcakes. But how long does that trend last? We don't know, but those houses are being valued, I would think, at a higher rate. And, you can say that our homestead exemption is working. Yeah. And it's working pretty well, but, I just wanted to make sure that we're all kind of thinking the same thing here. And I think that was one of the questions.
We are.
So I appreciate you taking the time.
Well,
and let me jump
Mayor,
in.
if I could say this one final thing, that's why in June of 2020, Councilor Davis, Wallet Hub, out of 150 cities, we are ranked 17th as the best run city in America. That's why.
Well, and not to belabor the point, but I think the short answer to your question is yes. Yep, we are. We're looking not only at historical averages, but we're also looking down the road trying to project. And, I think we heard it when our auditor came and stood before us and talked about the audit. And he said time and time again, when he would talk about some of the numbers and he'd talk about some of the policies that we had put in place, he talked about how it was head and shoulders above other cities that he evaluates. And our staff, and I've had the pleasure of working with them as budget chair for about 9 years before I became mayor. And their philosophy is the same as mine. And that is you don't go dipping into your savings account to pay your mortgage. In other words, you don't pay ongoing expenses with money that you've set aside. It was our fund balance that enabled this city to survive and actually do better than most other communities during that recession. Because we had 90 days in fund balance, we were able to continue to provide for the citizens, because that's our job. Our job is to try to provide services to the citizens at as reasonable a price as we can. So even though a lot of these things came in, like the the title ad valorem tax that they touched on, they finally got that, I think, straightened out. They've stopped the true up, which would had a negative impact, and we saw about a $5 million increase in that. Now that's an organic, systemic change that we should see year to year based on those purchases. So we still try to make sure that all of the any significant add to the budget were one-time capital expenditures, because we know there were a lot of areas that we were not healthy, and we had to get healthy. But we also looked at the systemic growth, even during a year, and yes, they had some artificial assistance in the form of government checks that were coming in. But you also had a smaller buying pool. Not everybody was staying home and spending money. A lot of folks just hunkered down and didn't have those resources. So we discounted the amount of increase we got from that sales tax, because we recognize that we want to see it. It's kind of a show me 2 or 3 years in a row, and then we'll start budgeting that money. But we also saw an opportunity to try to take care of some of the folks in the public safety and make some moves that are going to allow us to demand more and expect more and hold accountable our top management, because we've got to try to retain our talent. I mean, all you have to do is look back over the last 2 or 3 years at the number of bright individuals that have come here because this was the place that would give them a shot. They build the resume, and they get a better offer. So we're not going to completely stop that. We'll never stop that as a government employer. But as you'll hear when we get to the budget pay and compensation section today, that we didn't even try to take our folks to the average of what their peers are making. We didn't try to take them to that point. We just want to get them to 20% under what their peers are making. So we were careful. We are going to always be careful about how we spend the taxpayers' money. We're going to make sure, we'll probably even come to you with a recommendation that you consider an amendment to our policy as it applies to our internal target for fund balance, our reserves. I think you'll see us bring a stretch goal, so to speak. You know, we have the 60 that's suggested by Government Finance Officers Association. We got the 90 that we look at internally. Because of the ever-changing landscape that we're in financially, we may come back with something around 100 and make that our stretch goal. So we want to make sure that we're taking good care of the citizens' money and investing it in a way that allows them to be able to benefit.
Councilor House, one last question, if I may. In foresight, if the revenues, the surplus is continuing to be there, whether it's in the fund balance or reserve, do we have plans to utilize more of that for capital replacement this year?
Short answer is yes, but not necessarily just from that. We think that the ARP is going to replenish some of those capital expenditures once they give us a very clear idea of what they can be spent on. And once that happens, we absolutely do. We've got a list of some other items that once we get that clarified, we're going to be able to go make some bigger ticket purchases that are going to replace some vehicles that we can't even keep on the road.
Can we, is it okay if we relook at capital replacement? Okay, capital replacement. Maybe in 6 months from now. We always call it midterm. I know we did something like that last year because it was somewhat emergency need. We had some surplus that came in that we weren't expecting. We did that. But is that okay to look at again?
Well, I say yes, but I think as the mayor has just pointed out, it might not be 6 months before we're
Okay,
back.
that's fair.
You know,
I'm just
based on ARP funding, it may be 30 days or 60 days from now.
Well, I will yield to your guidance, but I just kind of throw that out there as something I see on the capital replacement side. And I think you highlighted that in your letter very well.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Davis. And Mr. Mayor, Mr. City Manager, Madam Finance Chair, Finance Director, anything else?
Yes, sir. So the second part of the presentation, and we'll keep this as brief and as thorough as possible, but I'd like to invite up the HR Director, Aretha Hollowell, to really sort of transition into the next presentation about the pay and compensation package that has been included in the FY22 budget. So, Mike, can you cue back up my presentation? And go. It took a lot to get back to slide 5.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Assistant Vice Chair, to the council, mayor, and city manager. So you have a hard copy of the presentation that I'm going to be presenting here now with regard to the pay and compensation package that's recommended in the FY22 budget. Thank you. So a good bit of what is in this particular slide presentation has already been briefed. You've already been briefed by the finance director. The mayor has touched on portions of it. So I will not be as detailed with this slide presentation. You see that there are 44 slides. However, I will not be going over 44 slides. In fact, I'll be going over about half of those. And if I move past a slide that you have a question about, certainly I'll be more than happy to respond to any questions that you have. So, as part of the FY22 budget, administration is proposing a pay and compensation package. So this summary page here outlines this compensation package. So the first item here is the police department retention pay that's being recommended and proposed for sworn CPD officers. These are our 911 responders. It is proposed to provide a $2,000 annual supplement that is a retention supplement for all sworn police officers based on the average retention of 400 officers. That is a cost of $991,200. The next item in this package being proposed is for fire and EMS. It is to provide pay reform and specialty training incentive for fire and EMS. This will be the first pay reform that fire and EMS has received in this FY22 budget, and then their specialty training. All of these items I'll go into a little bit more detail in the presentation as much as you would like. The cost of pay reform and this specialty training for fire and EMS is $635,482 for those 376 sworn officers. The next item in this package is for Muskogee County Prison. Recruitment and retention is proposed, pay reform, and then reinstating the sign-on bonus for MCP for their 114 sworn officers. That is at a cost of $241,346. The next item in this package that's being proposed is executive management and compensation adjustment of $273,915. This is going to impact 25 executive management positions, executive management and department directors. The last item, one that I'm especially excited to be able to bring, is the comprehensive pay and compensation studies that's being proposed for all CCG positions. This includes public safety and general government positions. That is at a cost of $325,000 to do that compensation survey. So this total compensation package is right at just over $2.4 million. So just to provide a review of pay reform and how that's been implemented over the years in public safety. Looking at those departments that are impacted, there are the police department with 488 sworn officers receiving pay reform. The sheriff's office, they receive pay reform, 337 positions receiving that, and what's being proposed in this FY22 budget for fire and EMS, 376 officers to receive pay reform, and Muskogee County Prison to receive pay reform for a total of 1,315 sworn positions that will be receiving pay reform. So also, just to provide a more historical perspective of pay reform, this is an outline here of police department, the pay reform that they've received over the years. This is familiar to you all. The years of service ranging from 3 years of service up to 30 years of service. The next column there, you'll see the first adjustment for the police department that was received beginning in July of 2015. That pay increments from $1,000 to $1,500. The next adjustment that the police department received in pay reform happened on July 1 in 2018, where the base pay was increased. You see, at 7 years of service, it moved from $1,500 to $3,500. And then the final adjustment that the police department has received in pay reform happened in July of 2019, where again the base pay was increased 3 years at $1,000, and then for 5 years through 30 years it's $3,500. I won't go over the footnotes there at the bottom, but what those also indicate is the recruitment that the police department has received beginning in FY17 and FY19, where we moved the officers from step A to step B further out on the pay scale. And we did the same for new officers. New officers are hired at step D. If you have a degree, you're hired at step E. So also just an overview here of the sheriff's pay reform, same years of service. They started their first adjustment on pay reform in July of 2017 with $1,000 increments up to $1,500. And then the second adjustment on pay reform for the sheriff's deputies only started in July of 2020, and it mirrors now what the police department has in terms of those base pay increments. And they too also receive the recruitment adjustment where the officers are hired at step C or step D depending on their education. So just a little bit more brief here on fire and EMS in terms of their pay reform and the specialty training that's being proposed. Here's the pay reform adjustment that's being proposed for fire and EMS. Again, the same years of service, such as the police and sheriff, and then that base pay increment of $1,000 to $1,500. And this is also being proposed here for fire and EMS, specialty training for those officers who participate and get this specialty certification. They will receive an additional pay adjustment. This is provided to is available to all of the sworn officers in the fire and EMS. However, they project that approximately 94 employees in the department will be impacted, meaning that on an annual basis, about 94 of those employees will have this certification training, and they will receive pay anywhere from $25 a pay period up to $100 a pay period, averaging about $650 annually. So the cost of that is at $106,306. Now to Muskogee County Prison, what's being proposed for them is recruitment and retention.
Madam Human Resources Director, just one moment.
Yes.
Councilor Woodson wants to ask a question.
Certainly.
Ms. Holloway, thank you very much for your presentation today. I had a question because I seen that we're doing police and chief in the same manner with the basic pay increase. And then I'm looking at the fire and EMS, and I see only the one column on their basic pay and increase. Is there a reason why we didn't do a second in the future pay increase column? And I ask that because they're doing dual work. They're a firefighter plus they're an EMS. So they have double training, double everything, and sworn in, doubled in order to perform their job. So I was wondering what was the thought process behind the difference between police, sheriff, and fire and EMS?
Well, as I mentioned, the police department started to receive pay reform in July of 2015. Mm-hmm. That was approved in the budget. And so fire and EMS, it was either not requested or not approved. So this is the first year that we've gotten to this point where fire and EMS has requested, and it is included in the budget for them to receive phase 1 of pay reform. Now, I don't know if your question, Councilor Woodson, and I don't want to put anything in your mouth, if you're asking why they're just receiving this first phase of the pay reform and not phase 2 and phase 3 like the police department is receiving. I'm going to let the city manager respond if he wants to respond to the question.
I love it.
Well,
I love it. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't mean
well,
to
let me
catch
just,
any, I don't mean to catch anybody off guard.
well-
I'm just wondering because I'm looking at, the adjustments we're doing, what we've done in the past, what we haven't. And then I'm looking at, fire and EMS and, maybe we're playing catch up with them. I don't know, but
Well-
I just wanted to be educated on it.
well, let me just say that a few years ago, I think it was 3, 4 years, probably 4, maybe 5 years ago, we started pay reform in the police department because they were so short, they were not able to recruit and retain officers. And so the police department came forward with a proposal using positions. It was not going to, basically it was going to be budget neutral for us because they used positions to create an opportunity for pay reform. Now, other areas like fire EMS and sheriff at that time were not having those same problems. And you remember, they were late going to calls or delayed going to calls. And so that was an effort to retain and recruit. And I think we were successful. And then that was pay reform 1. And then there was pay reform 2. And then after about pay reform 2, then the sheriff came forward and figured out how to use some positions, and they were lagging behind police, and then they did pay reform 1, and you approved it. Well, fire EMS, they were never in such a position that, during that time that they were using positions to create funding opportunities that would be budget neutral, not an increase in the overall budget to them for pay reform. And so then I think last year, year before, the sheriff department came forward with pay reform 2. So it was basically the police department at that time with recruiting issues, concerns about pay, retention issues, created an internal fund through positions to do pay reform, and you approved it. So it wasn't that, and so now we're just with some of the others catching up. And what you see in the mayor's proposed budget with police, with fire EMS, and with MCP, the reason you don't see them on the list to come and speak to you is because that's what they requested, and they're getting what they requested. They're happy with it, as far as I know. And so they understand how pay reform 1 and 2 had worked, and now they're coming along, and even in fire EMS, I think she's already mentioned the pay for specialty areas. And so they came to the mayor and the fire EMS, and they wanted that, and they convinced the mayor that it makes sense, and that's why it's in his budget. So they're not, it's not a situation where one is challenging the other because you got this, I got that. They got what they asked for.
Okay, thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure, because the conversation we were having, but thank you for that. I understand. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. So back to the presentation in terms of Muskogee County Prison, as I mentioned earlier, what's being proposed is recruitment and retention for MCP. This will be the first time they'll get that. Pay reform also is being proposed for MCP, the same as what's being proposed for fire and EMS, and then reinstating the sign-on bonus. And you see the cost there for recruitment and retention at $94,456, pay reform at $96,890, and reinstating that sign-on bonus at $50,000 at a total cost of $241,346. And then just briefly, again, this recruitment and retention that's being proposed is the same as what the police and sheriff have in place. Those correctional officers at grade 12, 13, and 14.
Excuse me, Mr. Budget Chair. I think the counselor wants to ask a question.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I do have a question about the sign-on bonus for the prison. Can you explain the structure of that to me?
Sure. The sign-on bonus is a $2,000 incentive for public safety. A new hire sworn officer gets this $2,000 bonus. It's spread out over a 2-year period, and they're paid out in $500 increments. So it's encouraging them to stay there at least 2 years. That's what that $2,000 bonus is. So at one time, MCP had it. It was taken out of their budget. Now they're requesting that this be reinstated so that they can, to help them recruit new officers. Certainly. Thank you. So the, as I mentioned, the corrections officers, the current ones that are at grade 12, 13, and 14, they're going to be moved to, and they're at step A and B, they'll be moved to step C and D. And then any new corrections officers, they'll be hired at either step C or step D if they have a degree. And then I mentioned the reinstating of that sign-on bonus. This is the pay adjustment that the Muskogee County Prison is being proposed, the same year increments from $1,000 to $1,500 annually. Now, to move on to another segment of the presentation, in terms of position reclassifications, this is, want to talk about what we've done over the last 10 years. This is a review of positions that have been reclassified since 2011 up until 2022, FY22. So, as we stated, CSU or UGA would review positions that are requested for reclassifications. And as you'll see in the middle column here, 281 positions have been approved in the budget. These are positions that have been requested for reclassification, recommended by CSU, and approved in the budget, a total of 281. The very column to the right is positions that have actually been reviewed by either UGA or CSU for a total of 423. So in terms of the positions that have been reclassified or public safety positions where the pay has been adjusted because of pay reform, we're looking at a total of 1,315 positions that have received some review and pay adjustment over the last 10 years. So that's 1,315 in terms of public safety for a total of 1,596 positions there. This has not included any executive management positions. All of these positions and pay grades are below executive management positions, but they also include general government and public safety positions. And just to summarize that, in terms of these position reclassifications from 2011 to FY22, there are 644 job titles on our UGA pay plan. Of that 644 job titles, 44% of those positions have been reclassified and approved in the budget, received some sort of pay adjustment. 44% of those positions. 66% of those positions have at least been reviewed by UGA and CSU. So these job titles, as I mentioned, they include general government and public safety, but they are all positions that are below the executive management level positions. So the mayor and city manager both have mentioned briefly, and the finance director as well, with regard to a compensation survey that administration asked CSU to look at for executive management and department directors positions. We talked with them back in October. They started this survey for us back in October of last year and presented the results of that survey to us in March of this year. So this is a summary of that. So the idea of this survey, what they did is they looked at 22 local governments and cities, peer cities, and they took 25 of our director level positions, executive management positions. They looked at the minimum and the maximum of those salary ranges and the actual peer average of those positions. And what they noted is that 23 of the 25 positions that they looked at, the salaries were below the peer average in those particular positions. So further on this CSU compensation survey, they also noted that 23 positions of the 25, 23 of those salaries are below the average of the peer. They also noted, and the cost to do that, those 23 that are below the peer average, if we wanted to bring them up to the peer average, that would be a cost of $824,562. They also noted that 22 of the 25 positions are below 90% of the peer average. And if we wanted to bring those 22 positions up to 90% of the peer average, the cost of that would be $509,341. And then they noted that 17 of those 25 positions, the salaries are 80%, they are 80% below the peer average. To bring those 17 positions up to 80% of the peer average, that will cost about $206,378. So I won't go through these particular slides here. They are in your handout. It's just showing those departments that are under 80% of the average of the peers. This next slide, 90% under the average of the peer, and of course, 100% at the average of the peer there. And I won't spend a whole lot of time on this particular slide here because I've got another slide that I want to share with you, but this is showing those position titles, those 25 positions titles. The column here is the peer average column that I've been talking about. The next column there is showing the actual CCG person, the CCG position, that's their actual pay. But this column here I think is important in terms of the average of the peer, where we'll show our CCG salary, and then you see the peer average, and then this column here is showing where you see the 64% all the way to 96%, is showing this is where that particular position is in terms of the peer average. And then it shows if we wanted to bring it up to those positions, 17 positions up to 80%, 90%, and 100%. And then just very briefly, the column to the very right shows those comparators. We said that there were 22 municipalities that were surveyed, but not every position had a comparator, but we felt like we found good comparators for most of the positions, ranging from at least 5 comparators up to 14 comparators in those positions there. So here are the positions that were reviewed, those 25 positions, from the assistant city attorney position, from the chief of police, the clerk of council, all of the department directors. These are the 3 public safety positions that report to the mayor, the general government positions that report to the city manager, and then you've got 3 here that report to either a board or an authority. I do want to point out that the sheriff's position was not surveyed. It was used because some city governments do not have a police department. They only have a sheriff, so when there was only a sheriff, the sheriff's salary was used in lieu of the chief of police. So we recognize that the sheriff is an elected position, so that was not reviewed. Here are the 22 municipalities that were reviewed. These are mostly in the state of Georgia, the Southeast region. I do want to point out a couple of these positions here, these municipalities, just as a point of reference, because these communities mirror the city of Columbus in some way or form or another in terms of the population or the number of employees. So they mirror us in a lot of ways. But you see noted here the city of Phoenix City, Valdosta, Auburn, and LaGrange. These are much smaller cities, but they are contiguous to Columbus. So we thought it was important to look at those cities, because even as we looked at those cities in terms of peer average, our comparable positions, they outrank, even they are much smaller cities with a lot of times 300 or 400 employees, a community of 30,000 or less, but the pay for those executive and management positions outrank ours in every case that's listed here. So this will be the final segment here on looking at...
Madam, you've been Ms. Hollowell?
Yes,
Mayor Pro Tem Allen has a question.
absolutely.
Maybe. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question regarding the pay adjustment, 80%. We're giving all the employees get 2%, right? So does the 2% on the current salary, or does it move, or is it even in play regarding the pay adjustment to 80% of the peer?
The 2% that's being proposed, the pay adjustment, how does it compare, how does it relate to the 80% here that we're proposing? Is that your question, Councilor?
Yeah, I guess, do you move them to the 80% and then give them the 2% raise? Or is the 2% even in play, or are we just moving them to 80%?
I tell you what, if I can go to this next slide, I'll explain that.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so this is a summary of what is being, this is a summary of the CSU study and what is being proposed as it relates to those 25 executive management positions. So what we needed to do in terms of that 80%, if we use that, what we needed to do is make sure that that aligns with our internal equity in that they align with the pay grades there. A pay grade 24 is a pay grade 24 for a reason, based on those duties, the job duties and responsibilities. A pay grade 24, 25, 26, 27, as you see there. So what we attempted to do was take the CSU study, do a CCG internal alignment. So in doing that, that's the highlighted, if depending on how you see color, because I know mine is off sometimes, it's either orange or yellow, but the highlighted column there is our attempt to get after that 80%, not the 90% average of the peer, not 100% average of the peer, but to get to 80% average of the peer. So that's what that highlighted column is there. And the way we got to that was to move those pay grades where their current salary is, was to take them and move them 3 steps out in grade. And by doing so, that allowed us to maintain, for the most part, this 80%. I do want to go ahead and mention the percentages here that show 100% or 177%. Those 2 positions there, it is somewhat of an anomaly. I believe one of them is the Civic Center Director and the other one is the WIA-JTPA Director. It's only because there was only one comparator. There was only one comparator. So that's not an adequate number in terms of surveying. So it's off in terms of that, only because there was one comparator. So if we move those positions out the 3 steps in pay grade, as I mentioned, that brings us to a total of 232,049 without benefits. And as we saw in that second slide, it's actually going to be, when we include benefits, it's about $273,000. Now, I'm going to get to your question, Mayor Pro Tem, but I want to finish this up, and then I'm going to come back to your question. I do want to go ahead and highlight 2 positions that are listed here, that there is an exception. The 2 positions, one is the city attorney's position, and the other one is the city manager's position. So, starting with the city attorney's position, if we looked at his position, his position, based on the survey, was 64% of the peer average. You see his pay is at 123. The average peer pay is at 192. And I can tell you this, that is an average because the city manager in Augusta right now is just over $180,000, not with the years of experience that our city attorney has. So rather than moving him out the 3 steps in pay, we just carried it over to so it would be 153,731. So I want to be transparent about what we did and how we got to the city attorney's recommendation there. The second position, as I mentioned, is the city manager's position. The survey came back here at 70% of the peer average being the peer average is at $219,651,000. We completed a survey with the city of Augusta last year in August, and they just hired a city manager in Augusta, which mostly compares with Columbus in terms of the number of employees they have and the city population. They hired a city manager, brand new city manager, at $240,000, and that's very standard for a city manager, $240,000. But now you'll note that our city managers, his annual pay is at $154,600. I'll also just mention, and we talked about those smaller cities, Phoenix City. The city manager in Phoenix City, with a population of just under 50,000 people, in terms of the number of employees, just under 400 employees. The city manager in Phoenix City, his pay right now is at $179,547, and chances are they're probably going to get a raise this year, and he's going to be well over that. So in terms of looking at the city manager's position, instead of carrying over that 175, bumped it up to $180,000. That gets to 82% of the average based on that survey. So I want to share that. But now back to your question, Mayor Pro Tem Allen. If you approve this budget with this compensation package, those positions will receive what's outlined there. They will also receive the proposed 2% pay increase that's proposed for all employees. Yeah, your mic's not on.
I apologize. When is the 2% applied? Is it applied on the current salary to get them up 2% and then they move to the new salary, or do we give them a new salary based on 80% of
Well,
their peers and then add the 2%?
That's a good question. So changes in the budget are effective July 1. So let's just say you approve this compensation package. So you would make those pay adjustments, and then afterwards, the 2% would be applied as well. Because the 2% is being proposed to be effective July 1 as well.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly. Now, back to the presentation to wrap up these last couple of pieces here. This is the last piece of this package that's being proposed, is a comprehensive pay and compensation study. To do an RFP, to get a consultant to do a study, we believe it's going to cost about $325,000. So we have not had a pay and compensation study. The last one that was done, as you all know, was done by UGA, started on it around 2003, 2004. It was implemented in 2006. So it's been about 15 years since we've had a comprehensive pay and compensation study. And I am very much in favor of this, and I'm hoping that, definitely that this will pass. One of the things that I'm asked often about is compression, particularly in the public safety departments. That is something that I hear a lot about. What are we going to do about pay compression in those departments? And this is one of the things that will be very specific when we are doing this particular compensation study, is noting that that is something that needs to be looked at and addressed. Not to say that we will be able to alleviate compression 100%, because compression doesn't happen overnight. It happens over years and years and years. But that is one of the things that we're hoping, among others, in terms of just making sure that our employees' pay is competitive internally and externally. It will help us set the foundation for an appropriate classification and compensation system that we can rely on, and we can have a sense of confidence that what we are paying employees internally and externally is fair across the board. And that survey is going to look at other public sector employers, municipalities, and it's going to look at our local market too, who we're competing with locally to try to recruit talent from. So I'm looking forward to that. So just to summarize, as I mentioned earlier, in terms of the position reclassifications, we did this analysis from 2011 to FY22, where we know that we have 644 job titles in our pay plan. Of those 644 job titles, 44% of those positions have already been reclassified and approved in the budget. They've received some pay adjustment. 66% of those positions have also been reviewed by UGA and CSU. None of those positions included executive management level positions. They've not been looked at for any type of pay adjustments since we implemented this pay plan in 2006. So, as I mentioned, I wasn't going to go over 44 slides. The rest of the slides in this packet that you all have is just an outline of all those positions that have been reviewed and reclassified by either UGA or CSU over the past 10 years. So that concludes my presentation on the compensation packet, and I'll answer any other questions that you may have.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I can't see you. I'm trying to. Just a quick comment about the pay study. You know, we agonized over this last year, and we even talked about it the year before. And the challenge with the pay study is you don't want to do a study and then just let it sit there and collect dust. So to Councilor Davis's reasonable request that we be looking down the road a little bit and trying to plan for the future, I've mentioned to the city manager and the finance director that we need to be looking right now at identifying revenues and identifying a way to begin implementation of whatever the study tells us as quickly as possible. So, and of course, when I asked her to do that, she said she was already a month down the road doing that. So she's on top of that. But we did that with the UGA study, if I remember right, in 06. We made a commitment to try to fund that and bring at the time the term we used was bring them to market within the next couple of years. And I think we hit it for a moment in time, and then the recession got us. But I just wanted to make sure that y'all knew that we are already, that our staff is already taking a look, even though we don't know what the target is yet, and identifying a way for us to begin implementation at some level as soon as that pay plan is completed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Hollowell, I don't see any other questions, so I think we're supposed to have a health care update. Madam Finance Director, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, and to Mayor and Council again, our benefit consultant is here from NFP. They are going to provide a healthcare update for you as they've been doing for the past several years. I will tell you that we have met with the Employee Benefits Committee regarding this healthcare plan update that's being proposed. We had a meeting also with the Healthcare Task Force. We only had one council member participate, but he, I think, got his questions answered from there. So we've been meeting with our benefit consultant really for months now, you know, talking about our healthcare plan and our prescription plan and anything related to healthcare. So I think you'll be pleased to hear the presentation that's going to be presented today regarding healthcare, and she's also going to just talk a little bit about our Health and Wellness Center. We like to talk about that. So without any delay, I want to present our NFP consultant, Tammy Starkey, and I think she's joined by members of her team today, Todd Hooper. I'm not sure if Vanessa's here today. Our employees are very much familiar with them because they call on them from time to time, but I'll turn it over now to Tammy. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Hollowell. Yeah. Is this Ms. Starkey?
Good morning. Today I'm going to give an update on the health plan performance, the future projections of cost and funding required by the plan, and also the cost drivers for the health plan. So first experience we saw in 2020 was an increase over the prior year of plan year 2019 of about 7% or $1.2 million. So you'll see that here represented by that $18.4 million compared to 2019 at 17.2. The 2 years prior were very positive in claim trend, where we saw a decrease from 2017 into 2018 of about 9% or $1.7 million, and then stayed very level for 2019. So overall 5-year trend, very stable for the plan. You'll see that even 2020, this increase keeps us at level where we were for 2016. Overall, the last 6-year trend of the plan has been 1%. So comparing that to national healthcare averages of increased cost of healthcare, increased cost of prescription drugs of about 9%, the city's plan has trended very well. As we look at the impact of 2020, where we saw the increase in the overall claims was in the second half of the year, or of the plan year, which impacts the current fiscal year 21. This comparison shows the first 6 months of the plan year, the plan paid out claims of about $8.8 million compared to the second half of the plan year, $10.3 million. So a 29% increase in the claim spend, which makes up about 90% of our total cost of our health plan is attributed to claims, fell into the last half of the year. So as we look at cost drivers on the plan, what caused that increase was specifically high-cost claims on the plan. And so here, this slide shows us that 5-year history again, but breaks out the high-cost claims compared to the total cost of claims. And we're defining high-cost claims or any member on the plan that have incurred $50,000 or more in medical claims. So for 2020, we had $5.5 million of our claims were attributed to high-cost claimants. That is tied back to 42 members on the plan. So members includes employees, spouses, dependent children that are enrolled. To give you perspective on that, we have over 3,800 members enrolled on the health plan. So that's 1% of our overall population, but 47% of our spend. And really tying this back to some very large claims that we had on the plan. Our top 3 claims were over $300,000. The top 2 were almost $400,000, but those top 2 claims are no longer continuing on the plan. So that is positive for our future projections, and our actuaries take that into consideration as we make projections of the future funding that's necessary. We were also impacted by the expensive COVID-19 claims. So we had 134 confirmed COVID cases on the health plan, 15 hospital admissions, and the majority of our costs for claims due to COVID were tied to hospital admissions. So out of the $553,000 in COVID claims in the last 12 months, $395,000 of that was due to inpatient hospital admissions. So the average cost for a hospital admission on the plan due to COVID was about $28,000, and the average length of stay was 6.9 days. We also, as actuaries make projections of future cost and the impact of COVID, take into consideration of the lag or the decrease in claims of just regular preventive routine care that members have put off during the pandemic, and where we'll see an uptick of that as procedures continue to get back to normal, utilization of health and wellness services get back to where averages should be. A positive impact to the health plan experience and cost has been our Health and Wellness Center. As we look at the improvements in the health of the population, we see improvements across the board in all these different health scores that are captured with the wellness program, with that biometric and that health assessment that participants complete, and it's monitored year over year for those that continue within the program. And so out of our cohort population that's continued to participate in the program, 72% of participants have seen an improvement in their BMI. And over the last 12 months, we've seen participants lose over 4,600 pounds and over 1,700 inches. So great improvements in BMI and weight, and we know that that impacts many of these other risk factors. So 37.5% of participants improved their A1C results, and 29 patients saw an improvement by 1 or more points, which reduces their risk of microvascular complications by 40% with diabetic patients. We saw improvements in blood pressure. 190 patients reduced their systolic blood pressure by 12 to 13 points. And we know that that level of reduction in their blood pressure reduces heart attack risk by 21%. So really the program's seeing great improvement in identifying risk factors and providing patients with the resources and education to improve their lifestyle-related health factors. We've also seen, based on the engagement within the Health and Wellness Center, a decrease in the cost of the claims of those members within the health plan. So we've got a little over 2,000 members that are actively engaged at the Health and Wellness Center. So they're participating in the wellness program, they're seeking regular care from the Health and Wellness Center. And those members that are engaged with the Health and Wellness Center have averaged claims per member of about $2,400 a year, compared to non-engaged over $7,800 a year. We also see an impact in their prescription drug utilization or cost, averaging about $2,000 for the engaged population and over $3,200 for the non-engaged. So even when we incorporate the cost of the Health and Wellness Center and the care that's received there, those engaged patients cost the plan on average 48% less than those that are not engaged with the Wellness Center. We've also seen just an impact in more thorough care from the Health and Wellness Center. And the feedback that we receive from participants is that they're receiving more comprehensive care from those providers than in many cases they do from their primary care physician. In two very specific cases where patients had the providers at the Health and Wellness Center identify cancer that their primary care physician had not. So really making an impact on the health and the lives of the city's population. So funding projections for the plan, with the increase in the cost of the overall claims in the last year, those high-cost claimants and those that we project to be ongoing, we also saw a decline in the enrollment on the plan. So employee contributions to the plan are down about 4% because we're seeing fewer new employees enroll in the health plan. So what that means is we're seeing an average increase in the average cost per enrolled employee, because costs are up 6% projected for the plan year 2022, but we have employee contributions down 4.4%. So with no changes, to correct this deficit in the funding for plan year 2022, we would need an overall increase of about 11% from the employees in the pre-65 retiree population, which is about $1.5 million overall in the funding of the health plan. So our options to avoid an increase to the employee contributions are: how do we impact the future cost of our healthcare services, our prescription claims costs, to mitigate that increase? And so part of that was a full analysis that NFP conducted this year on the pharmacy benefit manager. So we did complete a full marketing analysis and repricing analysis of the current discounts that are received and the current administrative costs that are paid to the pharmacy benefit manager for the administration of the pharmacy benefit, but also the discounts that they're able to capture from the manufacturers, from the retail pharmacies. And part of that is a change that we've seen in Georgia legislation that goes into effect July 1st, where city and county governments the pharmacy benefit managers must provide you all with transparent pricing. Now, we've partnered with the PBM over the last several years here at the city that provides that transparent pricing. But this new legislation forces all PBMs into that same model, so it really levels the playing field and allows us to look to partner with a lot of these larger PBMs like CVS, Express Scripts, Optum, in the same manner with the same transparency and benefits that we have in the contract with the current PBM. So with the results of that marketing and repricing analysis, looking at the detailed claims, the rebates, the network, the formulary, what drugs are covered, how they're covered, Optum was identified as the recommended pharmacy benefit manager for plan year 2022 with an estimated savings about $1.8 million to our prescription drug claims. Part of that is the discount savings, so a reduction in the cost of the actual medications of $824,000, and then an improvement in the rebates, so the rebates that the manufacturers pay back on name brand drugs, passing back 100% of that the health plan of over $286,000 improvement to your current rebate structure. Part of this proposal is to be able to pass on some of that prescription drug savings to the members on the plan by reducing the Tier 1 drug copay from $20 as it is currently to $15 and minimizing that increase needed for payroll deductions. We did conduct a benchmarking of other city and county governments and the public school systems across Georgia and identified that that Tier 1 prescription drug copay was the one area where the city's plan was a bit higher on the employee cost than the benchmarks. And so this change brings us into alignment with other cities, counties, and the local school system. So with this change to the pharmacy benefit manager and the savings that generates, the proposed changes for calendar year 2022 are to implement the new pharmacy benefit manager, to change that Tier 1 prescription drug copay from $20 to $15, and now there would be no increase in employee contributions if employees participate in the wellness program. So requirements of that will continue to be the same, the personal health assessment, and then being engaged in the coaching program if you do have high-risk health factors. This would increase the differential for those that do not participate in the wellness program to 11%, meaning that those that do not participate in wellness pay 11% more than those that do participate in wellness. They currently pay 7.3% more. And so overall, this continues the 70-30 split for the city and the employee contributions. Just to keep this in perspective, we only have about 280 employees that are currently paying that non-wellness higher rate. And really the goal here is to capture the rest of that population, continue the positive results we've seen from the wellness program and engagement in the Health and Wellness Center. So this slide shows for the active employees what those per pay period costs would be. Again, no change on both the silver and the gold plan if you participate in wellness, and then that 11% differential for those that do not participate in non-wellness, and that last column shows you that biweekly difference. And then for post-65 retirees, no change to the single cost of coverage, but they do absorb any increase in dependent cost of coverage since the city contributes 100% or contributes only to the single cost. And as we look at the history on the plan, 2022 will be the 6th year with no increase to employee contributions for their health coverage. I mentioned earlier that the national healthcare cost trend has averaged about 9% over the last 6 years. The city has been able to manage that through your proactive measures to appropriately budget the plan, manage the cost of your health plan through your wellness initiatives, through your active review of your alternatives within the market. So that's resulted in avoiding those trend increases and saving the city and the employees money. As we looked at what would it mean, if we had seen those 9% increases since 2017 year over year, this shows you the monthly increase of what employees would be paying, how much more employees would be paying if we had incurred those 9% increases versus continuing to keep cost level over the last 6 years. Any questions?
I don't see any questions, so thank you very much.
Thank
you.
you.
Good update. Oh. Councilor Woodson.
Yes, City Manager, I just had a comment to you or to Ms. Holloway on the briefing that we received today that shows the benefit of participating in the clinic and the prescription. is it possible to put like a short, one sheet information and get it out to the employees that are not participating in the clinic? I'm for one that speaks for the clinic. It's amazing. I'd rather go to the clinic than an outside doctor. They are so thorough and so friendly, and, you know, and looking at the number of people that participate, maybe if we have a one-time, you know, little form that we can give to those that don't participate to see the benefits of participating, that will also help keep the cost down, and will let them know if you are participating in the clinic, your prescription cost is less than if you were not. Just a suggestion and food for thought.
Well, yeah, we can certainly send something that's real simple.
Very simple.
And really the real simple message would be that if you participate in wellness, no change. If you don't participate in wellness, you know, you're gonna, and you did not participate in the previous year, it's no change for you. We're gonna continue to charge you for, you know, it's gonna, so we can put something simple together. But I guess but yeah, we can do that, because if a person, if they're not going to participate in wellness, then I have to assume that they don't mind the increase, you know.
And then sometimes it's the unknown. And I think if you remind them, you know, when people are uncertain about something, they don't participate. Fear takes over need sometimes. So I think based on the information and the presentation was done here, that's exactly what I'm saying, a sure thing. This is what you save by participating in the clinic, and this is what happens when you don't. And for people to see how wonderful it is, you know, how people have got detected of a health issue without, and prior to the previous doctor they went to, and they didn't. I'm a diabetic, and I'm happy to the clinic. Mine has stabilized down based on the coaching, not a lot of medication, a lot of personal one-on-one conversations. And I'm grateful for it. I think I love it. I think if I didn't go to the clinic, I probably wouldn't have done half of what I'm doing to control it. So I think those good stories need to be told so that people would feel more comfortable going to the clinic. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Budget Chair, according to the schedule, we are scheduled for a break. So we can have we'll have a brief recess until around 12:30.
Well, I think we could probably handle like we do at council meetings and just drive on. If the next briefer's here.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Let's just go ahead. That's not a break.
Proceed? Okay.
Yeah, we'll just handle it like council meetings. People take their time as they need to go take a break.
Well, I'm sure that's music to the ears of the people. I just told that there'll be a delay. So
Okay.
the next department or office on the agenda is actually the tax commissioner's office, and our tax commissioner, Lula Huff, is here to present.
Good afternoon, Madam Tax Commissioner, whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I had already packed everything up, so I had to take it back out because I thought I was coming back at 12:30. So thank you very much. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to come before you this afternoon, and present to you a very, very brief recap of the needs of the Tax Commissioner's Office as are necessary in order to discharge my legal duties for this office. At the top of the sheet that you've been provided is just a recap of the mayor's proposed budget to you, and everything below that is a recap of the needs and what our work is for city government. And that is primarily that we collect motor vehicle registrations and we title vehicles, and we collect property taxes for you. We are that chicken that lays the golden egg that you can have breakfast for, and all of the things that you have discussed earlier that you want to do in this budget year. To give you some idea of the impact of what this small office does, we looked at actual numbers and used FY2020 versus using an estimate for FY2021 since it was not complete. And it is not unusual in the past and going forward that we provide 40% of the revenue that's collected by the office represents 30% of your budget revenue that you have to spend. The next largest category is the sales taxes that were mentioned earlier. But when you talk about doing all of these things in the future and what you're doing now, it's because of those 30 employees in my office that are able to generate that kind of revenue for you. The other major recipient of revenues from us is the school district. The school district gets 52% of the revenues that we collect, and 41% of that is their budgeted revenues. So that 52% of what we collect represents 41% of their budget revenues to operate. That's just in motor vehicle registrations and titles and property tax. In addition to that, the tag office generates another $571,534. Property tax generates $961,477. And the 2.5% commission from the school district and from bid and the monies from the state come to another $2,934,998 for a total of roughly $4.5 million beyond the property taxes that we provide to the city. In 2020, our budget was only $1.6 million, okay? So not taking under consideration any of the revenues from the property taxes and motor vehicles, the TAVIT, which we are responsible for collecting, which is the monies that you talked about earlier that have increased, both the property taxes and TAVIT that have increased, are a result of the employees in my office. Our cost of operations was 36% of just the fees that were collected. Just the fees, that's all. Another consideration I'd like for you to look at when you look at our department and try to make a decision about our needs is that our city budget process does not account for expenses that we incur that are recovered. That being, in the general fund revenues, we provide postage revenues of $77,614 for FY2020. That is never offset or taken under consideration when you look for my budgeted expenses for postage, which were $73,452. I actually paid for all of my postage for that particular year. And yet and still that's not considered because of the way that the budget process works. Another item is the delinquent tax administration fee. That money we collect every time we have a tax sale. That is revenue that we collect, put it back into the budget, that's not shown or offset against our expenditures for our delinquent tax sales. In addition to that, FIFA costs. FIFA costs come out of my budget, but they're recouped at the point in time when we have a tax sale. The advertising costs are costs that we incurred that are in my budget that are recouped at a later point in time when we have a tax sale. But unfortunately for us, when we give that revenue back to you, we're penalized in our budgets because I have to stand here and justify these expenditures when I recoup every single one of those. The impact of that, just think about this. If I increase the number of delinquent tax sales that I have, I'm going to increase every one of those line items. And yet and still, I'll produce millions of more dollars for you in cash to help your cash flow, but you in turn will penalize me because I expended those line items. That's not quite equitable in my opinion. The next category that you see there are laws that specifically address revenues that are supposed to be used to compensate the tax commissioner for the work that's being performed. The school district and BID and the state all pay for that. And they're paying $2.9 million for it. Insurance lapse fees, that was defined in the law because the state asked us to perform part of their function and that of the insurance department. That was an additional workload that we did not have to do before. And so it was written into the law that there will be an insurance lapse fee that will be implemented to help cover the additional costs of doing this. We never received any of that. Motor vehicle administration fee, that TAVIT that you talk about that keeps growing and growing and growing. A TAVIT fee was added to accommodate and pay for the expenses that were being incurred by the tax commissioner to assume this additional responsibility. We do not get any benefit from the city, but yet and still, it is because of the work of those 30 employees in my office that you're able to have the benefit of those additional TAVIT fees. And so I'm saying to you, no, my budget is not budget neutral, but I am providing you every single cent that you're going to need to do all these wonderful things that have already been discussed and all of the other things that you want to discuss that will be brought before you for inclusions and additions in the budget. My personnel costs that I'm requesting for my budget this year is I have 19 employees who are on the front line every single day, right now. All during COVID, they were there. They were not working from home. And they are some of the lowest paid, of the lowest paid employees in city government. 2 years ago, I asked for CSU to do one of those same studies that the personnel director mentioned earlier that was done for executives, and they came back noting that a reclassification needs to be done just to bring them up to the minimum level. When I calculated what we were talking about in dollars, it amounts to about a net pay take-home of about $25. $25 for these employees. And these are the folks that, when you see those long lines in front of citizen service, the ones that are going all the way over to the natatorium, They are the ones that are standing there. They are the ones that sometimes don't take an hour lunch break, but they only take 30 minutes in order to accommodate our citizens. They deserve better for that. When we can't accomplish our functions that support the taking in of that cash collections during the week, just to do the bare minimum in our requirements, they're coming in on Saturdays and off days to try to get it caught up so that we can make sure that those individuals who are sending in their renewals or going online can receive their motor vehicle registrations back and not get ticketed on the street. I'm also asking for the Chief Deputy Tax Commissioner to be brought from a G21D to a G23B, and that position also was studied underneath the CSU guideline, and it recommended that increase. In 2020, thank you to this body, I have 3 deputy tax commissioners, and their salaries were adjusted at the recommendation of CSU's study. But at the time, my chief deputy tax commissioner position was not filled, and therefore it was not included in the study. I have since gone back and had them to review it, and this was their recommendation. Without it, it would be less pay than the deputies. So I'm requesting that. In addition, I'm requesting the reclassification of a position that I have, which is a tax specialist analyst, from a G16 to now, I understand, appropriately to a 19 instead of a 17. I'm looking for a financial analyst that's equivalent to the finance director's financial analyst. I need someone who understands accounting, debits, and credits. As you might have noticed in the management letter that came from the auditor this past week, there was mention about us not being able to timely get them the reporting requirements that they needed for their audit. The same thing was written up in the school district's report. That has been in there since FY18, and we can't do it. Okay? We are not able to provide the information that's required by law for the audits to be done in a timely fashion, for them to complete it in their time frame with the skill set that we currently have. And so for that reason, we're asking, and other reasons that are mentioned down below under the impact, we're asking for a position that I already have to be upgraded to a position of a financial analyst so that we can accommodate the requirements that we have in accordance with our legal duties. Under operations, we have a postage increase of $16,000, and as I mentioned before, if you were to take the postage revenues that we have coming in, it offsets what our expenditures are, and we are anticipating that's going to happen next year also, because every time an individual uses that internet, they are paying us a fee also of $1, or they mail it in for $1 so that we can return their decals to them. We seen an increase, a tremendous increase in the volume that we're having coming through on those requests. And so those dollar revenues are going to go up just as the postage increase. Under contractual is 2 contracts. It's one with Brinks, and the other one is Datamax. Datamax is motor vehicle registration. Those renewal slips that you receive in the mail are provided by Datamax, which is a state contractor that provides that service to us. They provide the envelopes, the paper, the mailing out, the postage, and everything on that. And so in both of those cases, we're projecting that we're seeing an increase in 2022. Office supplies, our office supplies increase of 12.5 is really based on the fact that in FY20, our actuals were equal to an estimate of 50,500. So we've already seen what happened to us in FY21. In FY20, they had already increased over budget. And so we're asking for that same amount of money going forward because it's already happening to us. The fortunate thing for us is that in FY20, we had an underrun on our overall budget, which was in the personnel area, and so it covered for our overrun for this particular category. But budgeting as usual on the basis of FY21 for FY22 is going to cause us to overrun again. Unless something differently happens, it would happen, and we would not have sufficient funds to do that. But that's what's driving it. The impact of not providing us with what we need, this is real. No promises, it's real. It's happening already. There's a delay or an inability of performing accounting and financial responsibilities in a timely manner as required by law. Our delinquent tax collections. Back in 2011, we were at about 99.7% collection. You might think that's okay, except for now it's at 97.57 is what we're projecting for 2021, okay? Remember that for delinquent tax collections, that's cash flow. That equates to your 60, your 90, your 100 days that you want to have in your reserve. So that's a cash cow for us, and we're seeing the impact of it already. You heard the statements I mentioned earlier, and the external auditors already talked about it, the impact of when we provide data to both the school district who are paying for this and for the external auditors. Trying to keep up with the bad debt write-offs, the fact that we're paying you before we can make good or collect bad checks that are being written to us. We don't have the manpower to continuously track this. Insolvent write-offs need to be brought to you. Excess funds, the collection of those. These are excess funds, are the funds that result from a tax sale taking place, and the bid price that is paid happens to be higher than what was actually paid. We have by law to return those funds to the rightful owner, and there is much that you have to do in order to be able to do that. It has to be interpleaded into the courts. Much of this process, we don't have the expertise to do that, okay? But by law, we are required to do that. IS World and the accounting module, we operate with two separate systems, a property tax software system, which is IS World, and we operate with the motor vehicle registration system. Because there is not one accounting system that is automated that connects the two of them together, we do everything, and it has been that way on an Excel spreadsheet, okay? That needs to be automated. And at this point in time, that's not included in what we're requesting because we don't even have the manpower to try to determine what is the best route to go. And then succession planning. In 2012, I lost 3 chief deputies, property, motor vehicle, two at that point in 2012. Property tax, and it was my delinquent tax too. I lost motor vehicle, I lost property tax, and I lost my delinquent tax commissioner, all at one time. Okay. We have done quite well within the restricted budgets just to give you in revenues what we have been. And it's catching up with us. In FY18, I lost my chief deputy tax commissioner. I lost my accountant of over 30 years. And I lost my administrative assistant. Okay. I don't have a backup to my accountant, who is extraordinary right now. Okay. She is a CPA and she understands the debits and credits. But the volume of what we're having to do is outweighing our ability to carry it out. The mere fact that we are using her, we are using our delinquent tax collector, we're using other people in the office to handle daily operations in order to decrease the length of the wait time for the customers that we're having stand in front of us on a daily basis. In the first 3 months normally of the year, we will see an increase in the sale of motor vehicles. That translates into titles being processed. Titles take much longer to process than a normal renewal registration. As a result of that, that helps the line, and it grows, the wait time increases. Because of all the new changes we have counted just since 2002, all of the new changes that have taken place have been over 40 that we're having to incorporate into the systems just on the motor vehicle side to be able to register vehicles and title them. During those first 3 months when we normally account for that increase in sales due to tax refunds that have come in, that everybody's buying more vehicles, we are also seeing those, we can only believe that the stimulus checks are also being used because it's even greater. And realize that, yes, finance should look for additional revenues coming in on the motor vehicle side from the TAVIC sales, okay, that are taking place. That's a quarter of our year. And we're seeing sales like no tomorrow. We advertise to the public, don't come on Monday and don't come on Friday, because those are paydays. That's when you have the longest lines. We're seeing it every day. We're seeing it on Wednesdays. And probably about 20% of our volume coming through the door are renewals. And I'm hoping that when we get the kiosks, that some of that will be driven away. But the rest of that, that's titles. Okay? That's titles and registrations going on and happening in the city. And so it's taking longer to process that. That's the impact of what not getting any assistance will have on our department, on our responsibility to provide to the city, to the school district, to the state. I thank you so very much for giving me the opportunity to come before you and share a very, very brief description of what's happening there. Do you have any questions that I can answer?
Madam Tax Commissioner, I have a question for you, then one for the Finance Director, and then I'll go to Councilor Woodson. So I just want to make sure that I understand what you're asking for. You've got 3 personnel actions that you've estimated a total of $56,472. $472. Is that correct? That's the impact.
That is my estimation,
Right.
but I need to defer to the Finance
Sure.
Director because I don't think she can answer that for you today.
I know.
I would think that she would have to go back and,
Right.
Because of the fact that I didn't have an opportunity to include benefits, I didn't have an opportunity to include, to check with the personnel director on some of it. So these were my rough estimates, looking at the job descriptions, and I was trying to pull this all together just moments, literally this weekend, and coming in early this morning, and it's hot off the press. So I would like to actually, in all fairness to the finance director, that's a number that I would have to defer and to her, and she wouldn't. Angelica, I will defer to you.
That's fine. And let me ask one other question related to your presentation here. The other piece is that you want approximately $37,500 on these 3 operations costs added together as an increase,
Yes, sir.
okay? And now for the finance director, if a counselor supports this going on the add delete list, is this the appropriate time to bring it up? Yes, okay? Counselor Woodson.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Hoff, for being here. I'm going to add 4 to the add list, and I'm looking at the reclassification of 19 tax clerks, the add reclassification of the tax specialist to the finance analyst. Sorry, can't even talk. For operations, I'm looking at the postage and the contractional is what I would like to add to the add and delete list at this time, if possible.
Thank you, Counselor Woodson.
You're
Does
welcome.
anyone else have?
Council Woodson, just to make sure that I'm clear, the reclassification of the 19 tax clerks, I believe the tax commissioner's request, which I'm still working out in terms of the dollars, but it would be reclassification of the grade 10 tax clerk 1s to grade 12, and then the grade 11 tax clerk 2 positions would be reclassified to grade 13, and I'm still working on the financial impact. So that is the first item that you are listing, as well as the reclassification of the tax specialists, G16 to G19. I did actually have that amount already worked out, which is $6,275. And then you are requesting to add the postage increase of $16,000 and the contractual services increase of $9,000? Okay. Give me just a moment on the 19 clerks.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, and Counselor Crabb?
Thank you. I'd like to see that number that Angelica comes up with, because it seems like you need more clerks in the windows. And so I'm wondering if it wouldn't be a better use of our money to hire people at a lower income, lower expense, to fill those windows to help the whole process go faster than to give raises out. That's just something I'm throwing out for thought for everybody.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, please.
These employees are already the lowest paid, and I would like to take care of them and just bring them up to par. About 2 years ago, I think it was, the city gave the employees a raise, and it basically was supposed to sort of offset the additional health costs. For the folks in my office, they had to come out of pocket. They didn't even have enough, the raise didn't even give them enough money to pay for the additional costs of the wellness center health costs. That's how low their pay is in that particular department. Now, I do think that we could use additional help, but I'm not proposing that at this time. I'm trying to be conservative and say that those kiosks are going to help me out. And so if I can get the general public to assist us in managing our budget by going to those kiosks when they come in, and we're still shooting for August, that's going to help us somewhat. So I'm not proposing at this time additional manpower. I'd like to see what kind of impact they have on our operations.
I just know that I've been in there a couple times, and the 10 windows are not open. All of the windows are not open.
Exactly. That office, I never had enough manpower to open all the windows. When I left the other location downtown, I only had 8 windows. I always only had 8 windows. But I guess the design, and I never asked for 8, but in the design and construction of the office, when we got there, we saw we had these additional windows, but I don't have manpower to fill those additional windows. What happens is that in order to try to accommodate the public, I end up pulling people from the property tax side to come over and fill those windows. But I can't always do that because now property tax gets behind. So all of my people at this level are cross-trained to work property tax and motor vehicle. So just to try to assist those taxpayers that have been waiting in line, we will shift people around wherever the talent or the skill is. We'll shift them. And these are totally different operations. I mean, these folks are amazing. This is not like taking a cashier at a grocery store and moving them from one line to another line because all of the programming for all of your goods and your produce and everything is the same. No, it's not. It's 2 totally different software programs that are being used, one for property tax and one for motor vehicle, driven by different laws. And so they have to be skilled enough in knowledge that at a moment's notice, I can come to them and say, hey, we need you. Stop whatever you're doing here, okay? Put that on hold. We've got a line out there. I need you over here at one of these windows. So, yes, the ideal situation for us would be always to have 8 windows open and the other side on the property tax to be able to maintain 3 to 4 people over there. But it's just a matter of how many citizens we have standing in line. The other thing is that during the time of COVID, there were 2 weeks in which out of 30 people, I had 7 to 10 people out because of COVID alone, okay? But yet, we were still manning the office and keeping it open. On any given day up until 2 weeks ago, I was averaging 3 to 4 people out, sick, or it could have been COVID, okay? We studied a year ago what was the impact, and the Wellness Center works well. But however, across the board for us, when I compared the man hours that I lost because of the benefit in hours that you have to go to the Wellness Center, I lost a whole person. I was losing a whole person. So I would like to revisit that in the past. I understand what you're saying, but I would like to see what these kiosks are going to do. We're going to get 2. And I would like to give these employees what they are due for what they have to do. Thank you.
So, Councilor,
They are getting a 2% increase. that we've already passed, correct? And then we're doing a pay study.
Yes, the 2% increase for all active employees is proposed in the budget. And if council approves the budget, approves the proposal made by the mayor, then yes, they would receive the 2%.
So is she asking for more than the 2%?
What she's asking for is a change in the classification, the grade for the employees. CSU has actually already reviewed the positions that she is requesting reclassification for. It just so now she's asking for the funding to actually make the change to the new grades that have been recommended by CSU.
They would still be, even with the 2% across the board, they would still be at the bottom of the pay scale. And I mean, when you were talking earlier about the executive pays and where they work, they would receive that pay plus the additional 2%. These employees are at the very, very bottom. They can't even afford to pay their health care costs.
Well, the only thing I would really sort of comment regarding where they fall on the pay scale is that I believe our lowest full-time employee is actually a grade 7, and I do believe that the 6th full-time employee is a grade 6. So I think what the tax commissioner is asking for is she's requesting the funding in her budget to reclassify the employees based on the recommendation that has already been made by CSU. Yeah. So these employees would still be a part of the study, obviously. They would still receive the 2% increase, but CSU has already reviewed the positions that she is referencing for reclassification and recommended that they go to that particular grade.
And so
they don't necessarily have to be a part of the pay study because they've already been studied.
Well, no. The comprehensive pay study will that for $325,000 that you saw in the package that was presented will look at all 644 position titles in the budget, do a complete study of those positions with comparable in the market. That study we would ask that it look at pay compression and public safety and so forth. We'd have a set of specs. And so that applies to the whole government. And so, but in the meantime, Columbus State University annually, department heads will ask that positions be reviewed, studied by CSU, and a recommendation made. And CSU, they've done that, and they made a recommendation that these positions be adjusted. The only reason she is standing before you is that we had asked that in our conservative way, that if CSU said yes to adjusting a position, that you look at your budget and figure out how to make it budget neutral, that there's no increase to your bottom line. And if it's budget neutral, it's going into the budget, and we're going to ask and respect the department director's request that it be reviewed. CSU, the professionals, have gone in the market and they've done their work and they've made a recommendation. So we want you to go in your budget and figure out how to fund it and make it budget neutral. She has looked at her budget and her position was, I can't find the money to make it budget neutral. Then in order to increase your budget, because and that's why I said to you, Angelica Alexander is going to be asking for positions. When she could not make it budget neutral, even though she's the finance director, though CSU reviewed it and said, we recommend it, Angelica could not make it budget neutral, so she's going to ask you to fund those positions because she couldn't make it budget neutral. My position, as I said earlier, I'm going to be supporting Angelica Alexander in those positions she's asked for that she could not make budget neutral when she submitted her budget. The tax commissioner is asking, CSU reviewed it, approved it, I couldn't make it budget neutral. Now I'm asking you to allocate the extra money I need to increase my budget to fund these positions.
Okay,
That's what she's asking.
okay, I get that.
And I think maybe where you're going in terms of the comprehensive study, like the city manager said, it's going to be all positions, all general government, all public safety positions to address exactly what it was that he just spoke about. And it could be that when this study is complete, out of the 644 titles where CSU or UGA have already looked at the 66%, there may be little to no adjustment
Right.
for those particular positions.
So when we do the comprehensive study, because of some adjustments that have been made over the last 10 years, that salary adjustment, the compensation study may come back and say, out of 644 positions, 500 are already paid where they should be. So there is no recommended change. And the other 244 fall short, and here's the adjustment that should bring them to where they need to be to be competitive in the market. So just because we do a compensation study, a comprehensive compensation study, all 64 positions, they're not going to make some are going to may come back and they say, well, they make more money right now than they should be making, so no action. And these other 400, they are exactly where they should be, no action. There's only 250 positions that you need to do something with, and when we do something with those positions, then we have a current 2021, 2022 compensation study that has studied the market, and we are paid fairly in Columbus, Georgia.
Okay.
And so I want to say one other thing. So with these positions that are in the budget, as the HR director said, so over the last 10 years when we have done these reclassifications after CSU and UGA brought them forward, then those positions may have been reclassified at the same time you were authorizing a pay adjustment. And let's say last year when we did 40 positions and you approved them in the budget, they were budget neutral. And then you gave a 2.5% pay adjustment. Well, what we do, we go in and we adjust every category, the pay scale, from pay grade 6 through 30, every A through Z, we adjust it by 2% or 2.5%. So you adjust the entire pay scale forward by 2.5%. So when you approve a reclass and it says move them 2 steps, on July 1st, when you move them 2 steps, the 2% is already built in.
I see, okay.
So it's this is what you approve for them, and now you put 2% on top. No, the pay scale, the entire pay scale was adjusted from A to Z by 2%, from 1 to 29 or 30.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I guess I was about the operation expenses, the expenses that she has to do her job, to collect additional funds on like the different properties and things like that. It's not like she could take a percentage of what she collects and keep that.
Right.
Isn't that kind of like the same thing that we talked about before about grant money, where they were taking a percentage of the grant money for their pay? So
She can't do that,
it
no.
that way.
No.
But is there some way that it goes back into the general fund, but a percentage of what she's collected does come back, or when it goes into the general fund, she puts in an expense report so that it can be reimbursed to her?
No, that's not how it works.
That's not how.
No.
Can it work that way?
Well, no, I think the only way it can work, no, it can't.
Okay.
The only way she's handling it the way it should work and can work is that you gotta increase her bottom line.
Okay.
And so when we talked about where we stand today and we hold the line and conservative, we told department heads, if you want, even if it's $2,500, I tell them, if you want to reclassify this person and they're going to make an additional $2,500, You need to go up and down your budget and find $2,500 and decrease some things.
Okay.
Because your bottom line, if your bottom line is an even 1 million, when this budget goes forward to the mayor and council, your bottom line is going to be an even 1 million. And it's up to you, because department head elected officials, they are the managers, they are the day-to-day chief operating officers. They know what they need and where they need it. You figure it out, but your bottom line is $1 million.
Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
I would like to just make one last statement, if everyone's questions are completed, and that is when earlier presentations were made, there were some comparisons with comparable sized cities. And I just want you to note that just looking at 2012's numbers on manpower, comparing comparable sized cities, Columbus having Fort Benning, our tax office has 30 employees. Augusta, Fort Gordon, 49. We have 30. That's a difference of 19. Savannah with Hunter Army base have 76. Columbus 30. That's a difference of 46. Twice as many as we have. Macon has no base, and it was 41 employees, and we only have 30. Our costs on an independent study that was done by Macon's outside auditors in 2002 showed that we were the lowest cost per capita, and our collections costs were lower than anyone else's. But yet, at that point in time, our tax bills and decals that we were sold, performance-wise, was greater than any of the rest of them. So, comparatively speaking, hey, we're doing an yeoman's job, some kind of way. Thank you.
So, Councilor Woodson, in terms of the request for the 19 tax clerks with benefits, I have that as $48,000. I have that as $48,661 for those 19 reclassifications. $48,661.
And you'll put that on the ad list, so we'll see it next time. We'll see it next.
That's correct.
Okay. I think Councilor Tucker has a question. Is that right?
I wanted to add the office supplies to the ad list, and also I would like to bring up the extra positions that Charmaine, at least one for mid-year if possible, depending on the outcome of the kiosk.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we will make a note that she wants to revisit that at mid-year, but we will not, it will not be on the add delete list.
Okay. That'd be a mid-year review issue.
If we do a mid-year, yes.
Okay.
But it'll be after you get some feedback on the key, yes.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Madam Tax Commissioner, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
And next I show the Public Defender's Office. Is Mr. Flournoy here, or did he take the break because he thought he was going to? He's here. Okay, good.
Good afternoon. My name's Steve Kraft. I'm the Chief Assistant for the Public Defender's Office for the Chattahoochee Judicial Circuit. My boss Flournoy is here as well. I'm going to be straight to the point and blunt. I want you to write down two numbers. $47,235. The cost to give 12 attorneys roughly a 3% pay raise. The second number is $89,868. The amount required to create an entry-level attorney position that actually pays $52,000. Now, a little earlier you had a presentation that talked about retention, pay compression, fair pay, 70 and 80 and 90% peer pay. No one in our office is at 90% peer pay. In fact, the majority of these attorneys are not at 70% of their contemporaries in the district attorney's office. When city employees received a pay raise last year, mid-year, and a pay bonus, these attorneys received no raise. Caseloads in our office have continued over every fiscal year to increase on average of 12% with no additional staffing, and only in the last 5 years, 2 minimal raises for these attorneys. The current year, 2020, most of these attorneys have seen a jump as high as 30%. Now, let me put that in perspective to you. That means one attorney is handling close to 400 felony cases in Superior Court. The National Recommended ABA Guidelines Standard says that number should be less than 200. Retaining and attracting quality public servants is challenging. When we go for multiple years without giving them the most minimal raise, it is difficult to retain them. If I lose one of these senior attorneys at this point, that's roughly 350 cases that will be impacted in a negative way. They'll have to be reassigned to another attorney. If I hire a new attorney, and right now what I'm looking at in hiring is hiring people fresh out of law school, I can't give that attorney 350 cases because it's going to take months to get them up to speed on the process in our judicial circuit, not to mention experience and mentoring. I brought two of my senior attorneys with me today, Jose Guzman and Angela Morlock. Rochelle Hunter was here a little earlier. She had to leave for an IEP. They carry the bulk of training responsibilities in our office in addition to their regular duties. I have attorneys that work in mental health court, drug court, veterans court. They receive no pay bonuses for that on top of their regular caseloads. We cannot afford to continue to lose attorneys. Just 2 months ago, we lost one of our senior attorneys over one issue, pay. She was offered $10,000 more than I could give her. That's $8,000 more than I would have been able to offer if these raises are approved. We can't simply keep adding and adding demands for workloads, caseloads, and not show some attempt to bring these attorneys some relief, both in the form of a pay raise and in some additional manpower. Now, this time a year ago, before COVID interjected itself into the budget process, we were prepared to come and ask you for 4 attorney positions. This year, we submitted a proposal that did not make it into your budget for 2 attorneys. We have found out that the state attained funding for 5 additional state-funded attorneys for the entire state of Georgia. We're getting 1 of them. So instead of asking for 2, today we're asking you for 1 more. That would, again, and in all likelihood, both of these attorneys will be entry-level attorneys and require all the background and the training necessary to get them up to speed. And hopefully, even though the money we're asking for, the $47,000, is roughly a 3% raise on average for 12 attorneys, will be enough incentive to keep them on board for another year in hopes of seeing a little more pay parity. So, like I said, I'm just going to be brief and to the point, and just to give you an example, if we get this $47,235, I have an attorney with 3 years experience in Superior Court handling 325 felony cases. This raise will take him to a whopping $53,280 a year salary. We have a constitutional and legal and moral obligation in representing our clients, and we have to have quality people to do it. So I'm going to ask that these $2 amounts be added to our budget. And for finance, that both of those numbers include the 5% administrative fee, and that would be the total cost for both the raise at $47,235 and the new position at $89,868. And I'll be happy to entertain any questions.
Mr. Clark, Mr. Kraft, excuse me, I have a question. It may be for the finance director too. The 3% raise that you're requesting, is that in addition to the 2% raise we're giving everybody? Or is it totally separate?
These are actually state employees. They're not city employees. They're state employees.
State employees.
Yes. So, you know, when the state receives COLAs of a certain amount and the city receives a COLA of a certain amount or no amount, you know, these employees would receive that, what's given out by the state.
Okay, so our 2% they don't get, and that's why they request for the additional money. Is that correct?
They are requesting that the city, the way the public defender's office works is that we do pay the state under a contract in terms of the salaries for the attorneys, but they are state employees, and so any adjustments to the state compensation plan, they would benefit from that.
So do we give money to the state and the state gives it to them?
That's
What's
correct.
the flow?
In terms of us paying for the salaries and the benefits for the public defender's office, for the attorneys.
Okay.
We pay directly for all the other administrative support staff. They're on the city payroll.
Okay. All right. Does any counselor want to add this to the add list? Counselor Huff?
Yes, I'd like to add that to the list to make sure we get it correct. Was it 12 for the raise? How many attorneys for the raise?
The $47,000 is would cover the raises for 12 attorneys.
Okay.
The $89,868 would cover one new attorney, and that's an entry-level attorney.
Okay. Well, I'd like to add the $47,235, and that's what is that the numbers that are 3% of that? What's the number?
I don't know. That's something that I have to calculate. I can't provide that at this
Are
time.
you asking for 47, or are you at 47 now asking for 52?
Well, it's two separate issues, and I want them to be addressed that way because this is not an all or nothing request. The $47,235 are raises for the 12 existing attorneys. The $89,000 is to create an additional attorney slot.
Okay. Okay. I'd like to add the $47,235 for the 12 attorneys.
And I'll shore up that number with Steve.
Okay.
In terms of what that amount is. I just want to verify because he's saying that it's for the 12 attorneys. Mm-hmm. Is that also, is that excluding the supplements? The supplements? I could use what you sent me if it's excluding the supplements. Okay.
Okay, and also the entry-level attorney position at $89,868.
So I'll come back with what those numbers are.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Counselor Huff. And Mr. Kraft, anything else? Is that okay? All right. And Madam Finance Director, thank you very much. We'll await your full analysis.
Judge McBride had hoped to be here to express his support, but actually was able to begin the process of another trial. So that aspect of the system is getting back into place, and I appreciate your consideration because I will point out that our operations continued at 100% through the pandemic. We had people in and out of the jail, and while trials have not been occurring, there is a massive amount of activity that occurs in the court system that does not involve a jury trial. And these attorneys have been chosen forward through a lot of challenges to make sure that's happening. So I certainly appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilor, you want to say anything?
All right, so the final presentation of today.
Wait just one moment. Council Tucker.
Could you please add the reclassification of Chief Deputy Tax Commissioner to the add delete list for Tax Commissioner?
So I think that's all three of the personnel positions in. Two from Council Wilson, one from Council Tucker.
Got it.
Thank you.
And the amount that's reflected there is the amount with benefits.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Now our last presentation, Deputy City Manager Pam Hodge.
Good afternoon, Budget Review Committee, Mayor, City Manager. This is just a brief update. The Finance Director has advised of the amount that's been allocated for both transportation and stormwater projects, and this is just to give you a little more detail on those. So the total amount in the FY22 budget for both transportation and stormwater is $11.2 million. For transportation, that's $7,399,124, and that's allocated from the paving fund, OLOST infrastructure, LMIG, which that is an estimate of what our allocation will be this year, T-SPLOST discretionary of $2.9 million. And the funding for stormwater comes from two sources, the Stormwater Fund and OLOST infrastructure. The Stormwater Fund does include an additional allocation of the $1.8 million from the Stormwater Fund balance to address a project for the Stormwater Fund. So I'll first just walk through the transportation project, $7,399,000. This will include resurfacing of $2.1 million, the Warm Springs culvert replacement at $1.2 million, two trail extensions, and these are matches for the private sector funding that's being provided, $283,000 for the Lake Oliver River Road trail connection there to the north end of the Riverwalk, as well as a Lake Bottom trail connection of $750,000. That project is a $2.5 million project. The requirement from the city is $750,000, so there's some private money that's being proposed to go into that project. And then also the South Lumpkin Streetscapes and Trail matching funds for that project of $1 million. And that is a project that we've been working on with Councilor Woodson for many years, and we're seeing that move forward. The recommendation is to allocate the $2 million estimate of LMIG funds to the Spiderweb project. We anticipate that final bid will come in a little bit higher, so we're recommending this, and then if it's not needed when we bring forward the application, obviously we'll allocate that to another project. On the stormwater side, we came to you last May, our consultants did in May of 2020, with a prioritization of all of the existing stormwater projects that they have been working on. You can see those in red, orange, and down to the final number 19. We have addressed number 1 and number 5. Number 5 is complete. Number 1 is under design, and that is to address the Riverwalk right there in front of the Synovus building. But this budget would address 2 more projects that are on that list. One is the Winton Wall, about $150,000, and then additional funding for the Meredith Mills 19th Street flood abatement at $3.6 million. So we still have, as you can see from this list, quite a few projects that we do not have funding for. So stormwater funding is an issue, and we're only able to address 4 of those top 6 projects that really require immediate attention. And so with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. I don't see any questions. Madam Finance Director.
Yes, sir. So I believe that concludes the presentations for today. The next meeting is scheduled for May 11th. It will not be in this room. It will be in the North Hall, wherever the North Hall is. This is the South Hall, okay. So it'll be in the North Hall on May 11th. This is immediately following the council meeting. We have several departments on the schedule for that particular day. If there's any department that the Budget Review Committee would like to see that is currently not on the list, please let me know. And that is all that I have today, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Do I have a motion that we adjourn? I have a motion and a second.
Bruce?
What?
Councilor Hub?
Oh. What, Councilor Evans, say
I
something?
just want to let the director know, finance. North Hall, first room inside the door.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So can I just adjourn it?